Oh, you haven't even read it. Well, I've read it multiple times, and our committee worked darn hard on it. And we are trying our best to be responsive and deal with this in a respectful way of really divergent opinions. When this first hit us, there were strong, strong oppositional opinions on virtually everything. And we've worked through a lot of them, folks. So I will try to listen. I will try to be respectful. But please don't say that we don't pay attention and don't work hard, because that isn't true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Trombley.
No report.
Mr. Starr.
Report.
Ms. Johnston.
I just want to echo Ms. Osiander's comments. I haven't been as fortunate to be on the committee as long as Ms. Osiander, who is almost going up to, well, she is her 9 years. I've only have been on it for 5 years, but I know that on the committee we have not only gone through this sentence by sentence, but word by word, and we're still doing that as we're looking at amendments. So I appreciate all of your efforts. I appreciate you coming and testifying, and I appreciate the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Gray-Jackson is excused. Mr. Horniman.
Just another reminder, the next Public Safety Committee meeting is the 13th of February at noon here in the Lusac Library area. Should be in the chambers, potentially over at the conference room just between here and the Wildemarsh.
Thank you. Mr. Traney.
Ernie, you asked me earlier today about that advisory committee. They meet on the 13th of February, sir.
Okay, thank you.
That's when we sent the three alcohol issues.
Oh, the Public Safety Advisory Commission. Yep. Thank you.
Barbara, do you remember what time that's meeting?
I am going to correct that comment. I was responding on the public safety.
Okay, so not the other one. Okay.
The other committee, I do know the date, but I don't know it right off the top of my head, and I'll confirm that.
We'll have it on the city website, though, because I do want people to attend that to tell us what they think about our approaches to the alcohol issue we're facing.
All right.
Thank you, Ernie. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Frasca.
No report.
Thank you. Pardon? We now have before us for continued testimony item 13A and 13B, which have been combined for public testimony. And I will again this week follow the same procedure in that the clerk will read the names in the sequence that they're coming and give you a couple in advance. So, Madam Clerk, if you can read the beginning names.
The first three names on the list are Doreen Ransom, Don Scott, and Chuck Killeen.
And I will point out that if these individuals aren't here at this time, we will move these names down the list and they will be called again. So the fact that they're not here now doesn't mean that they're not going to get the opportunity to testify yet this evening. Any of those three here?
I'll go with the next three. Rada Kajinova, Bob Mintz, and Greg Stoddard.
Mr. Mintz will send in written comments. I talked to him before the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Rada Kajinova, Greg Stoddard. Next three names are Kevin Donier, Claudia Hackett, Pat Hansen.
We'll be shortly into the list of those that you signed up tonight. So, Madam Clerk.
Brendan Babb, Tanya Ilden, Helen Nienhauser.
She's here.
Yes.
And after Ms. Nienhauser, we've got Robin Smith, Sheila Selcraig, and George Donnert.
Good evening.
First, I want to thank the Assembly's Title 21 Committee for the hard work you've put into this version of Title 21. Your work has been made much more difficult, I believe, by the many changes made by the Planning and Zoning Commission, many of which were in response to special interests and which substantially weakened the provisionally adopted version of Title 21. I have time for only 2 comments. First, the issue of stream setbacks. I support the 50 and 100-foot setbacks, and I don't understand the concern with lowering property values of what would then be a non-conforming house. My husband and I bought and live in a non-conforming house that is too close to the street by current standards. It's not a problem. We are grandfathered in and we're allowed to put on a second story. I'm told that if there is devaluation, it would be slight. Our house is assessed at a great deal more money than we paid for it, so I don't understand the problem. Second, the process and where to go from here. I'm a planner by profession and an active member for years of the Rogers Park Community Council. On behalf of the council, I participated in the award-winning process that resulted in Anchorage 2020, and I understand the different forms of public participation. And I believe that when the public is properly informed and invited to participate, they will generally make good decisions. That kind of education took place in the early days of this process. I'm outraged and disheartened by what's happened in the last 2 years. We've watched special interests and people who think they know best take over and gut much of the work of the previous 8 to 10 years. The public was invited to observe, but not to participate. And when mandatory public hearings were held by planning and zoning, they were manifestly not interested in listening to people with a message like mine. You are our last best hope. I know your committee improved the version of Title 21 somewhat from what planning and zoning did, and that you want to adopt Title 21 before Ms. Osiander leaves the Assembly. But what is at stake here is even more important. I think the credibility of our governing system in this country is at what seems like an all-time low. Please give a little credibility back, at least to local government. Please truly listen to the citizens, and please extend the deadline for public comment until the end of February to give some of us time to submit amendments in the language and with the location citations that you and the staff have indicated you want. And perhaps both your goal and ours can be met. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
The chair and I have talked, and it is not necessary to submit amendments specific to section. All you have to do is email amendments in general topic and intent. The staff is going to be working for and looking for location and wording.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
I have the Rogers Park Community Council that our president spoke to last week, the resolution we passed last year. She meant to hand these out and asked me to bring them to distribute tonight.
Thank you.
I must not be hearing done his.
Robin Smith, Sheila Selcraig, George Donnard.
You have not, Mr. Trini. Okay, you want to talk to Ms. Niehauser? Yes.
Did you cover everything you wanted to cover from Rogers Park? Well, come on and tell us a few more things then.
My computer. Okay. Did I give away my sheet of paper with pictures that had a few more things?
Yep, for some reason, Mr. Trainee didn't show up on my queue, so what just occurred is he has asked that Ms. Niehauser be given a chance to finish her comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to have the IT look at this because it's the second week it's done that.
We're on the process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I wanted to say that I very much support the standards of sidewalks on both sides of all streets. My old neighborhood has sidewalks on both sides. When we moved there, I had small children, and it was one of the things I looked for in a house. I'd also recommend retaining the original language to provide pedestrian connections where roads or cul-de-sacs are not connected. And I would delete the Assembly's addition. I have citations for some of these. Please reject the proposed Amendment 8, which would allow heliports as a conditional use in residential zones. That sounds awful. Would sound awful. I'm also very concerned about the Urban Design Commission. Its role in this version has been substantially weakened. I would like to recommend that it go back to the level that it is today. We need to build a city where people, bright, young, energetic people want to live, and where businesses that would employ them want to locate. And I think the UDC has a very important and valuable role in that. And I think it's important to retain the PLI zone, which we understand. It's important to restore the height provisions that would prevent blocking sunlight from homes. I'm concerned that the purpose statement in a number of chapters has been deleted. I think they helped clarify what we're trying to achieve. I'm concerned about some of the changes to some of the zoning with industrial. Don't allow retail, commercial, or residential in it. That's a way for people to get around, get cheaper land. But we have a very limited industrial base, is my understanding. Don't allow single-family houses on large lots, R2M, R3, and R4. Don't change the heights in Midtown. I think the mixed-use zones that were in the provisionally adopted plan are the key to developing attractive neighborhoods in many cases, where we can mingle with our neighbors at the local coffee shop. We can sometimes go to the grocery store, the dry cleaners. I think the mixed-use things was one of the good things that Anchorage 2020 came up with. And I'm concerned about weakening the landscape standards, and I want to restore the design standards for single-family homes. There are others, but that's as much as I had time to figure out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Mr. Trainee. Good evening.
Hi. My name's Robin Smith, and I want to thank you for having this opportunity to speak. I've lived in Anchorage for 32 years. I have served on the Urban Design Commission, and I was also on the Sign Ordinance Committee that then promptly had their work sort of stuffed off to the side. So I know what it's like. I didn't actually work on the entire, on Title 21, but I think it's really not good that we kind of take work that's been done and then shove it off to the side. My husband and I also own a small business. So what kind of a community we want? I really believe that Anchorage has been short-sighted in its design decisions. I remember when the big box stores were coming to town, and the Assembly was really fearful that if we made any design requirements, that they would not come. These large entities come to a town, they usually size up the existing attitude towards design. They have 3 or 4 designs they could put up, and then they give you the one that fits your community. So since Anchorage didn't ask for anything, we got the big boxes. But Eagle River recently demanded a lot more in design requirements, and they really got a lovely store out in Eagle River. So I think we don't need to be as fearful as we might about what design standards can bring us. I also remember when I first came to town how beautiful the town was. You know, it was in 81, and there was lots of green all around, and now there isn't. And what I found out was that what I thought was a park system that everybody raved about was actually private property that wasn't developed, and now that it's been developed, it hasn't been developed in the best way that it might have been, with good landscaping, high quality. So we need to ask more of our community rather than less. Many people think that what we'd like to do is bring new businesses to town to expand and diversify our economy, but Anchorage is competing with other cities outside in this regard, and the look and appearance of Anchorage is a factor these businesses consider in whether they're going to move to Anchorage or not. And we're at a distinct disadvantage in this regard. Business owners create businesses in cities where they want to live, and if our city's ugly, why should they come here? My husband has actually gone on to say that, because we do have a business, he said, really, the business owners in Anchorage have a lot to pay back to our community, because it's easier to do business in Anchorage than it is to do it outside, because in outside you got a heck of a lot more competition, so it's easier to make money here. So I think we actually can require a little more of all of us. So I would like to ask that there be a delay, because I think that we had gone through this process on a month-by-month basis to look at different chapters, and all of a sudden we have this 800-page behemoth that people are supposed to look at and assess. I mean, I was looking at the landscaping today, couldn't even really assess how exactly it had changed, because it's so totally different from what the original the original plan was. So I guess I ask that we delay and give more time for people to have more input and to really seriously look at each of the different pieces, because there's a lot of pieces I think that people would like to retain. And I encourage you, if anything, to if you're going to try and pass what's there now, strengthen what's there. We really should be asking more from our populace and not less, more.
I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Horniman.
Yes, Ms. Smith, did you finish up on your thoughts? Did you have something you want to summarize? Or?
Well, I just think that I really believe that the P&Z process was not good. I really believe that the P&Z is built with developers and builders, and so to have them take over the process of rewriting Title 21 doesn't really have all the people within the community, and they said they did it because they thought the people in the community have changed their minds, but I think we, the people, have not changed our minds. We still want the original plan that was the 2010, but at this point, I'm assuming you're not going to go back to the 2010, so that's why I ask you to strengthen this one.
Okay, Mr. Trini.
Ma'am, when Ms. Hosiander was holding all of her meetings every week, did you attend any of those?
I didn't even know they were around, to be quite honest, and I understand they were during the day. And so that would make it more difficult. It would have to be in the evening for people to attend.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Osiander?
I just wanted to clarify, I guess, your understanding about the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've had 2 Planning and Zoning Commissions that have weighed in, basically, on this document, with a little bit of 1 or 2 movement of people in each one. They advise. They have no power beyond advising on this. And so what we've done both times is we took every single recommendation from both P&Z and we talked about it in committee. So I understand you're frustrated with the last Planning and Zoning Commission regulation or recommendations, but I just wanted to make sure you understood they only had the power to recommend.
Well, I understand that,
Okay.
but they're all developers. So we didn't have another group of committee. We didn't have a separate group of committee that says, okay, we're over here. We'd like to see stronger things come up and be able to present their course. So I feel it was one-sided. And that's why I don't feel that the public process here is long enough. And I do believe, I understand Mr. Hall's desire to have you be present and around. But it seems like that what's really crucial is that the public have the opportunity to take in this 800-page document with all the changes that have been made and really try and analyze it and be able to make constructive criticism, because when I looked at the landscaping portion of it, it's like night and day between what was removed and what's there now. They're two totally different platforms. So to compare the two is really difficult. So it's not something that can easily be done. And for asking the public to look at this in their off time, because they have jobs, makes it extremely difficult. So I ask that you delay it till the end of February, and with one more public hearing after you've come up with a conclusion for what you're going to actually have and as a document. So thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate you coming down. One of the things I continually hear, and the reason I'm asking this is you're on the Urban Design Commission.
I was a long time ago.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your work on that. And one of the things I continually hear is we need to accept the provisionally adopted one. Mm-hmm. Well, provisionally adopted means that you're going to go back and make changes. And so when I hear people say, just adopt the provisionally adopted one, that doesn't compute to me. Because when they originally did the rewrite, they did it chapter by chapter, each chapter which is determined, it references other chapters. So when you do one, when it mentions chapter 4, you haven't rewritten chapter 4 yet, so you provisionally adopt the first one with the understanding that you're going to have to go back and change chapter 1. So and I'm asking this sincerely, is how can we adopt something that is provisionally adopted with the understanding that we would go back and we would get this document anyways?
Well, I guess what I understand is that, to me, when you're saying you're going to make some modifications, my understanding is provisionally adopted was the primary work had been done and you were just going to alter a few things.
Such as?
I don't know. You might go back in and say, well, we made a reference to this and now we've decided that isn't going to exactly work. So provisionally adopted, as far as I was concerned, and I think the rest of the community understands, is that yes, we were going to accept this plan basically as is. And if there's some minor changes we need to take, then we'll make them. That's, I think, how the community perceives it. And what it feels like to the community is you've taken it, and when I look at all the changes that have been made, they're massive. I mean, if you look at the landscaping section alone,
Sure.
The changes are massive. So I think the community looks at it and says, okay, you pretty much have this down, we got it pretty much down, we're just going to tweak it. I think that's what they think provisionally adopted means. We just have a few more tweaks to be made. So for us, the fact that it got totally derailed under this administration, it feels like it's been hijacked and that people have been excluded from the process. I really feel that's how people, because we just got the printout, less than a month ago.
I understand. I guess, my concern is that I have people on both sides, the far right and the far left, who absolutely disagree with this document. So what I don't understand is that if it was written solely by developers and solely by builders and commercial people, they would love this, but that's not the case. I have no further questions. I'm just confused.
Thank you.
George Donnert, and I understand Doreen Ransom is here to testify. After that, Paul Swetzoff.
Yeah, my name's George Donnert, and I appreciate the chance to come and testify before the Assembly tonight. I realize you folks have spent a lot of time working on this, and I appreciate that. I live in a neighborhood that is, the term I heard was a mixed-use neighborhood. It's a de facto mixed-use neighborhood, and it's fairly close to a lot of amenities, and I really appreciate that. But oddly enough, it's not really a walkable neighborhood. And the reason it isn't is because we don't have sidewalks. There are some sidewalks, but mostly there aren't sidewalks. There are many blocks that don't have any at all, and there are none that have more than one sidewalk. And in the wintertime, there are no sidewalks. And that's because when they come and plow, they plow the snow right onto the sidewalk. And so I think it's very important to have things safe in neighborhoods, and one of the ways you have things safe in neighborhoods is by making usable sidewalks. That means that you either have to have a parking next to or between the sidewalk and the street, or else you need to have a setback so that there's a place to put the snow when the snowplow comes by and plows the snow off the sidewalk. And instead, so what happens in the wintertime, everybody walks in the street, and I see them walking past my house all the time, and it's dangerous for people. The other thing is I live in a house where the sun sets for about a month and a week every year, and the last thing I want to the south of me is a big, huge building that doesn't have height restrictions and is going to block even more of my sun. This is Alaska. The sun is very important, and I consider it to be a property right of mine to be able to see the sun. Snow storage. I've got a neighbor, a wonderful neighbor. He makes a living in the wintertime by plowing snow. He stores snow on my lot because he doesn't have any place to store it. The places he's plowing snow, the driveway across the street, there's no place to store snow there, so he stores it on my front lawn, and I tell him it's okay. The neighbor next door, there's no place to store the snow there, so he stores the snow from that plowing on our yard. This is Alaska. We have to understand we live in a wintry environment and places need to have snow storage. This isn't California. We've had enough of California building code. I think it's time that we understand we live in the Arctic and we need to adopt regulations that enhance the way we live here, the way we live in the Arctic. So I urge you to adopt the provisionally adopted Title 21. It might take a little bit of tweaking, but 99% of the provisionally adopted Title 21, not a complete rewrite, which is what seems that we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander has a question.
I live near Valley of the Moon Park.
The document before us would require sidewalks and connections in what's called Class A, which would be R1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be sidewalk required there. There's also snow storage in the document, and there's also a shadowing provision in there, so you couldn't have really tall buildings next to residential. So all that is in this document.
It wouldn't even need, in my case, it wouldn't need to be near me. If it was simply up on the ridge, it would block the sun into my house.
Okay. Well, you might want to look for that section. There's an angled requirement, so you have to stack the height back from residential. Okay. Thank you.
Might work.
Thank you.
Doreen Ransom?
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Doreen Ransom. I've lived in Anchorage for 42 years. How's my sound level here?
It's fine.
Okay, good. In that time, I have had homes with a garage, homes with a fenced-in yard for pets and gardening, and a dedicated guest room instead of having to use my office and other things. On a very modest retirement income, I decided I wanted all those things in one place, which I've never had. So I went looking, and I went looking at neighborhoods before I started looking at units. And what I found very often was I would not be able to have my book group come over because there wasn't enough parking on the street in many of these associations. The driveways were so close together. And then no sidewalks, and I have been waiting 42 years for this rant. Alaskans walk on unimproved roads with the traffic behind their backs. I do not understand this behavior. You want to be able to see what's coming at you and be able to jump out of the way. But the majority of people do have it coming from behind. They really need sidewalks. And I lived on one street that didn't have any. I found also a neighborhood that I'd never seen before. It was very new, And there was just one street after another of these buildings. And in the back, what surprised me was that they had bothered to leave a little strip of land. It couldn't have been 6 feet deep, fenced, and beyond that was a big parking lot. It was a lovely unit. I loved everything about the interior. I just couldn't imagine living like that. The children were playing in the street there. And I lived also in a nice condominium where I had no land at all. I had a very small balcony, which I was able to grow things on in my own way. But I feel like it's so important to have a piece of land where you can sit and get some sun on you, as George enjoys. And I think that's very important. I found that about the hardest thing to find with the condominiums around town was a piece of your own, a little piece of land. So I bought an older condo, and I do have sidewalks in my area. I'm across from Cheney Lake, where I have the man-made lake, and the community loves it, and everybody enjoys walking there, ice fishing, whatever else. But there aren't very many places like that, and I had to buy quite an old place and fix it up in order to have that. I wish more people could have the kind of situation I have. And yes, I do like the provisional arrangement, but I don't claim to be, I've gone over it, but I don't claim to be totally conversant with that. But I wanted to say these things are what make me feel good about living where I live. And I'd like more people to have that opportunity.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that everyone understands, if you're here and you want to testify, be sure and sign up on the sheet over here to my left. Be sure you sign up.
Next is Paul Swetzoff, Gretchen Nelson, Martha Freeman. Beth Glodfelty, Suzanne Camellis, Robin Loster.
Chairman Hall and members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to speak about Title 21 this evening. Particular thanks to Ms. Osiander and Ms. Johnson and others that have spent so much time on the Title 21 committee work.
Please give me your name.
My name is Dr. Martha Freeman. I'm a 30-year resident of Airport Heights and a forest manager by profession. I would like to speak to the issue of stream setbacks. The provisionally adopted Title 21 included a minimum of 50-foot stream setbacks for buildings, accessory structures, and parking lots. The revisions now before the Assembly cut the setback to 25 feet in most zoning districts. Narrowing the setback departs from accepted standards for other development activities in South Central Alaska and is inconsistent with scientific research on stream buffers. For example, the Alaska forest industry joined with state resource agencies, hydrologists, and fisheries biologists to develop stream buffers for logging beginning in the late 1980s. This effort established science-based standards tailored to each region in Alaska. The process began with science and technical committees that reviewed and synthesized relevant research and recommended buffer widths. In each region, the recommendations were then reviewed by stakeholders groups, including industry representatives, who determined how to implement the buffers in the most practical manner on the ground. The Alaska Board of Forestry endorsed the recommendations, and they were submitted to the legislature. Both the timber industry and environmental groups testified in support of the legislation. The legislature adopted the proposed buffers as state law without substantive change. This process was recently used to develop stream buffers for this region, South Central Alaska. And now, by law, since 2006, commercial timber harvesting in South Central Alaska must leave a buffer of 100 feet on streams wider than 3 feet that have salmon or other sport fish. The buffer on narrower fish streams is 50 feet. This standard applies to all landowners, including private and municipal landowners. It's based on extensive research on the distance needed to maintain essential stream characteristics, and monitoring has demonstrated that buffers of this width are effective measures to protect fish for water quality and fish habitat. You may wonder if the wider buffer is due to more serious impacts from logging than residential or commercial development. However, for a given area, the logging impacts are less severe. Logging is a temporary activity, trees regrow, access roads are commonly put to bed, and logging operations don't pave surfaces or build impervious roofs. The need for buffers wider than 25 feet is not a new idea. It's well-founded in hydrology and fisheries research. Wider buffers will pay off by protecting the natural infrastructure that maintains water quality and provides flood control. Please, at a minimum, maintain the 50-foot stream setbacks for new construction that are part of the provisionally adopted Title 21. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Nelson. I was just before Martha, but I'm here tonight. And good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on a very important topic. Yesterday afternoon, I stepped out my back door and took off for a skate ski into the bright southern sunshine. I decided I would ski the newly groomed trails to the Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue underpass in honor of the holiday. It was a glorious ski. I saw bikers, dog walkers, other skiers, runners, roughly 40 people in all. One man came back from a ski right out his office door. Now I'm here this evening to ask that you adopt the provisional version of Title 21, which I've learned we may not know what that is, but maybe I'll speak to that, which went through a 10-year process and reflects the vision and goals of the Anchorage 2020 plan. I ask that you support the features of our town which make this an enjoyable city to live in. Safe walking and biking throughout the city, public busing, landscape requirements at all development levels, environmentally sound practices, open spaces and trails, and creative mixed-use development areas in areas that have been identified as appropriate. I'm lucky enough to live in Airport Heights, one of the few neighborhoods with sidewalks where people gather to chat about the weather and kids learn to ride their bikes. My husband and I have raised 2 daughters in Anchorage, and now as young adults, they're at the point in their lives where they'll be considering what kind of place they would like to live, work, and possibly raise a family. Each week, I work with 430 students as a teacher librarian in one of our city's elementary schools, and these students will also decide one day whether to make Anchorage a permanent home. I hope by adopting the original provisional version of Title 21 and not diluting years of work with recent proposal changes, we can maintain the assets that make this town great and improve the experience of living here to attract the next generation to stick around. Thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley.
Right over here.
Yeah.
Sure. Appreciate coming down. I thought you'd like to know that in the version we have in front of us for R2M, there's 480 square feet of private open space per dwelling unit. In R3, there's 400 square feet of required private open space per dwelling unit. In R4 and R4A, 120 square feet per dwelling unit. B1A, B3, RO, and others, there's 5% of private open space per gross floor area of the non-residential portion of the development. So in the version in front of us, there is substantial requirements for open space. So I just thought you'd like to know that, since probably a lot of people haven't the opportunity to read that. So
Yeah, I'll be honest, I work
Sure.
a 40-hour week plus, so
Totally understand.
So that's good to hear. I guess,
Sure.
I decided, reading this ordinance, it does say by repealing or amending existing and adopting new provisional adopted.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd be curious are those kinds of things were in the original provision that the 10 years of work also had, and why change any of it?
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to Ms. Osiander on that question.
So
The Title 21 we're operating under now was basically cobbled together during unification. So it's
Right.
bits and pieces that were plopped in and amended in, and it's frankly an extremely difficult document to navigate.
Yes.
So because the city had a new comprehensive plan, the Assembly back 10 years ago decided they were going to hire a consultant to rewrite the whole darn thing. So when we repeal it, that's what we're repealing. The 10-year process is now. The provisionally adopted wasn't 10 years. Basically, what happened is we sent a contractor out. The contractor did a rewrite. I was upset about that. That's why I ran for this office, frankly.
Yeah.
And we've gone through, this is the 5th time it's been redone to get to this version. And every single time it's been redone, it's been virtually impossible to go back and line item to find out where changes were. It's been very frustrating to do a red line version. So it's hard to do the transition. So provisionally adopted, what we did was, as it was such a big deal, we got one chapter and we think, okay, this is pretty close, so we'll bring it up and provisionally adopt it. And then we did more things, and then we'd bring another chapter and provisionally adopt, but we never provisionally adopted a whole thing. This is the first time the whole thing is here.
Right.
Hope that helps.
Yeah, for now. I'll do more research, too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Paul Swetzoff, Beth Blattfelty, Suzanne Camellas, Ramat Loster, Matt Johnson.
Good evening.
Be out of order. I'm Robin Lauster. Is that all right? Okay. My name is Robin Lauster, Lauster. I've lived mostly in Anchorage most of the last 51 years, since 1962. My son is a police officer with APD. I have grandchildren growing up in Anchorage, and I expect my relatives will be here for a long time. One of my concerns about Title 21 is whether it supports neighborhoods and close-knit community. I lived in Turnagain during the 1964 earthquake. I was evacuated from Fairbanks when the Chena River flooded the whole town in 1967. On September 5th, 2012, on our very small townhome lot in Turnagain, we had 2 large trees blown down. And I understand 10,000 Anchorage residents lost power, some for over a week. I know disasters happen. Social scientists, in studying deaths after calamities, have found patterns that indicate resilience and lead to a higher rate of survival. I believe climate change guarantees a higher rate of disasters of increasing severity, and we must plan for this. In studying their findings, social scientists incidentally discovered certain characteristics also lead to a higher quality of everyday life and longer lifespans. What are these qualities that create resilience in a community? Sidewalks, stores and restaurants. Does this sound familiar? Community organizations that bring people into contact with friends and neighbors in a way that snout houses do not. Resilient community members walked to diners and grocery stores. They knew their neighbors. They checked on each other, especially the elderly and sick. The Title 21 plan for mixed-use city centers is a perfect example of how city planning can bolster our instinctive knowledge. It would encourage us to walk, to shop and eat, get to know the owners of the businesses, chat with neighbors along the way. Our parks are wonderful. Let's make sure we keep them and allow for maintenance. Bike trails are perfect for social interactions as we bike, take walks with our kids and dogs, ski and rollerblade. I was very pleased to see the support given the Ravens Roost co-housing group, which will be built upon the concept of close community ties. We need time to analyze the changes that have been proposed for Title 21 so that we feel confident that our Assembly understands how important community is for the long-term health and survival of Anchorage. Please give us more time to digest the new information and prepare our own thoughtful comments. Much of my information about disaster comes from a New Yorker article from the January 7th to 2013 issue. This is an article entitled Adaptation, How Can Cities Be Climate-Proofed? I have copies for everyone, and I hope you carefully read this, applying its lessons to Title 21. I was most interested in social science presented because I believe our Anchorage 2020 plan is a good one, and Title 21 as the implementation of that plan is important to get right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander has a question.
I just wanted to let you know that mixed use would definitely be allowed in this document. What we did was to say that it could go into existing zones if it met certain standards. So this isn't a this does not preclude mixed use. Additionally, sidewalks would be required on both sides of the street in most all neighborhoods in Anchorage. The only place it does not do that is in very rural areas like my street. There are 4 houses on my street. and it would only require it on one side in that situation, and in some industrial areas. But thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that everybody supports neighborhood protection as a concept. I think you're exactly right on that.
Well, and I think the stream setbacks, I didn't have time to fit that in, but certainly disasters, floods are a disaster, and the stream setbacks are definitely part of that. I totally support the bigger setback.
Yeah, I think the concern there is just what it would do for existing homes in terms of what are the real impacts of legal nonconformity. And that, so
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure
I
that
think-
we'll talk about that more. Thank you.
Yeah, the grandfathering in is what I would assume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth Glotfelty, Suzanne Camellis, Matt Johnson, Deanna Mitchell, Susan Klein.
Hello, I'm Beth Glotfelty, and I would like to say thanks for letting us speak. I also appreciate the response I've gotten from the emails I've sent you all and the support. So I'm here tonight to request an amendment to Title 21 that is in regards to non-residential development in large lot districts. My amendment would request that city water and sewer be required for any non-residential establishments over 10,000 square feet or used by more than 25 people. This amendment would protect my property and several others around us from non-residential establishments on our street, which have in the past compromised our water supply and have the potential to do so in the future if they're allowed to expand. Most recently, in 2011, December 2011, an establishment on my street in one of these districts wanted to expand from 18,000 square feet to 36,000 square feet, 299 people to 732 people on a well that produces 5 gallons per minute and happens to tap into the same aquifer as my own. In their investigation for expansion, they did a well drawdown test that drained my well and 6 others in the neighboring area, and one of them never recovered. Our neighborhood band together at that point to protect ourselves, and we spent over $30,000 and hired 3 nationally renowned hydrologic experts who determined that the aquifer could not support the expansion or use that was being requested. The establishment has currently postponed their plans to expand, yet they still could unless you adopt this amendment that I'm requesting. It would make it impossible for any building in one of these large lot residential areas that is being used as a non-residential use to expand to the point where it would jeopardize the water supply for the neighbors who share the same aquifer. So I appreciate your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, we've been emailing back and
Yes,
forth.
we have.
And I've discussed some of the issues and some of the problems. But Ms. Osiander actually brought up a very good suggestion, and that is, have you, and it's not register, it's as far as wells. I forgot the...
Water rights.
Water rights.
I have
I
them.
did email.
So you do have water rights for the state.
I do, and mine are older than the establishments. Nonetheless, if you talk with Department of Environmental Corrections and or Conservation and Department of Natural Resources, you have to wait until there's a problem with your property to have any retribution, and even then, you're not guaranteed any help.
And this might be another area where, I mean, we can't affect that change, but we could maybe lobby some legislators to make a change, because I know in other states, water rights carry a lot more power than that.
Yeah, I never considered in Alaska I would need water rights, but apparently I do.
Mr. Horniman?
So, Ms. Glotfelty, is the current configuration, is it adequate with the size that this project, this development?
With its current state, yes, it is adequate, and we've had no problem with it until they tried to test the well and see if they could do the expansion. Now, I should note that the expansion was not canceled because of the aquifer issues. They canceled it for other reasons that we don't know, but they said it was not with regard to the aquifer.
Not that I'm an attorney, if you've got all these studies, have you laid some?
Yes, we've had lawyers and such involved, but we'd like to not have to do that again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Dina Mitchell, and thank you for allowing these comments to happen. I want to say I'm a new resident here in Anchorage. We've been here a little over a year. We are currently looking for a place to buy. We moved here from North Suburban Chicago, where I can give you countless examples of communities that have completely revitalized their inner area because of multi-use development. Deerfield, Des Plaines, Glenview have allowed for multi-use development that's very pedestrian-friendly, that's close to public transportation. It has created a vibrancy in those communities that is just hard to describe. A lot of pedestrians there now, a lot of businesses have been attracted to those communities. People are walking to restaurants, people are talking to their neighbors more, and it is creating more use of the public transportation. So it's a wonderful thing to see. I would love to see more of that in Anchorage, and I'm really excited about the building that's going up on Northern Lights in the Turnagain area that is apparently going to be multi-use, although I understand it's a separate coffee shop restaurant from the condo building. These models are more business on the first floor and then housing above. But I think that can be just such a powerful magnet. And the community I moved from has 4 new restaurants downtown that are just doing gangbusters because of the higher density and people walking. And so with that in mind, as my husband and I are looking with our 3 children at places to buy, we are looking exclusively in the downtown area, hopefully not where we'll slide into the inlet, but we like to be able to walk to coffee shops. My husband meets a friend of his every weekend at the Fire Island Bakery. We like to run into people we know. We like to be able to walk to Noosa Gaia to do our shopping. We like to be able to walk to see performances. That quality of life is very important to us in that sense of neighborhood. So I really encourage you as you're looking at these plans to keep that in mind. And we're willing to pay a huge premium to have that. And fortunately, we're in a situation where we can do that. And I understand that there has been a lot of thought. It may be cobbled together. I don't know exactly how that process was, but there was a lot of input that went into the plan that was provisionally adopted. And I guess I would just encourage you at this point. I understand that the plan is, or the hope is that Ms. Osiander is leaving the board, and that the new plan should be put into place before she leaves. But I hope that you will allow people to have public input on the 700 or 800 page document. Give us time to look at it, give us time to absorb it, give us time to react to it, and hopefully that can all still happen within the time frame that you're looking at. So thank you very much. I know you have a pile of stuff to look through that you probably haven't gotten all the way through yet either, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley.
Right here. You had mentioned that you were willing to pay a premium for that.
Mm-hmm.
I represent a certain part of town that has very low income. What do I tell my constituents that can't afford it?
Hopefully, in the community that you represent, they will, I mean, I've seen this happen. If you can bring multi-use, I think it's a combination. I'm not a city planner, so I can't address that specifically, but I think if there is public transportation available, and if you can bring multi-use types of development there, I mean, multi-use development is a much more affordable way to create housing for people. So if you can bring more of that development into your area and have the sidewalks and have, I think it kind of builds on itself. But
well, I understand. Last week we had somebody came down and talked and said that they want sidewalks on both sides of the street, and that in Reston, Virginia, it worked really well, and it made higher density housing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I also have a particular set of constituency that doesn't want higher density housing.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, you said that you're willing to pay a premium for it, which
I'm not willing to. I'm sorry, you misunderstood me. I'm not necessarily willing to pay a premium for higher density housing. I have to say, if there were a condo that suited us, I would buy a condo in a heartbeat. What I'm saying is I'm willing to pay a premium to be in an area where I can walk to places. If I were willing to live on the hillside, we could get twice the space that we're looking at for the same amount of money. So I'm not necessarily saying that I'm willing to pay a premium for multi-family high-density housing. I'm just saying that when you can create that kind of multi-use environment, if it's done right, it can really create a sense of community. And I think it would be interesting to know why your constituency is opposed to that. If they're worried that it's going to be low-income multi-family housing, I mean, and Mrs. Lauster talked about the co-housing community that's going in down at O'Malley and somewhere, I don't know exactly where it's going in. I mean, that kind of a concept, too, is it can lower the cost for the individual homes and create what people need, the space people need, but it's more shared. So I don't know what community you're in, and I'm not sure exactly why they oppose that type of thing.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Camellis. Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, thank you for holding these hearings. I'm Beth Glotfeldy's neighbor. What happens to my neighbors happens to me. Last year, several of my neighbors lost their water due to a drawdown test that Beth was very articulate about describing. And I would like to ask the Assembly to support her amendment. We're in a fight for our property and our homes. We cannot live in our homes without water. I did attend the first few meetings back 10 years ago when Title 21 was starting to be rewritten. I couldn't attend many more because I did have to go to work. My employer didn't appreciate the 9 to 11 hours. But I do thank you. I know this is difficult. I've read a lot of it. I think it's time for a change, and a change in this particular area of non-residential uses in residential neighborhoods, especially those that are required have only a water well to support them. The building that currently exists right now, there are some difficulties with that. I noticed in the new Title 21, there's going to be a relaxation and parking required. I would have to, although I don't like large parking lots, I would have to ask that this not be carried through in areas that don't have public transportation or pedestrian facilities. The facility that we're talking about is required to have 75 parking spaces. It needs over 120, and it has purchased land next to it to allow parking. Otherwise, there would be parking all over roads that do not allow parking on them and create a hazard. Also, drainage is an issue. When this facility was first built, it was approved with dry well drainage. It has a property that doesn't percolate. Therefore, they have holes in the ground that hold water and then overflow. It's almost like there was very little thought put into this process. There are a few numbers that I would like to share with you regarding the proposed expansion of this facility that impacted our neighborhood. Paperwork was submitted to the city that asked for 3,158 gallons of water per day. That consists of 60% of our entire aquifer. They have asked the Department of Natural Resources for 1,500 gallons per day. Additional, that represents 35% of our aquifer. Wells within 1,000 feet of this facility were affected during the drawdown test. The assessed value of the property within this area is $16 million. Is this the kind of property we want to lose value? I don't think so. And I would ask that you consider Beth's amendment and consider our neighborhood.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
Were you involved at all when the Hillside District Plan?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember there's a provision that basically draws a line and says we're not going to have AWWU serve beyond this line?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I am sympathetic to the problem, but the wording of the amendment would basically prohibit any large structures in areas above that line or in probably Chugiak. And I'm having trouble with that. So I'd like to look for another way.
Can we exclude Chugiak and Eagle River from this?
Hillside?
Well, you know, the real estate that this would impact is really very limited. When you look at it, it's very limited. And has that even been explored, the number of lots that could possibly support a non-residential development in an area like that?
Well, this resonates with a lot of discussion we've had about the Sand Lake gravel pits and the aquifer and the Sand Lake gravel pits. I've talked about that and talked about that. I just think that the Hillside folks, they specifically asked this be a hard and fast, bright line. And so there's big implications of the amendment.
There are big implications with the amendment, but there are other implications. I mean, we are creating a law based on a lack of information. 10 years ago, I had no idea, and I don't think anybody sitting in this room had an idea that you could pump an aquifer dry on the hillside. Helms?
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, we're going to take a 15 to 20-minute break, and we'll be right back.
You know,
I call the meeting back to order. If you will take your seats, please.
The next people to testify will be Sheila Selcraig. Actually, Larry Schuller will be first, and then Sheila Selcraig.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Larry Schuller, and I thank you for your service to the community and for hearing my voice and the voice of my fellow citizens. 9.5 years ago, I went to a meeting at the Performing Arts Center thinking there was an informational briefing on the 2020 plan and the Title 21 rewrite. And at the end of the meeting, Mayor Begich got up and he waved his arm and said, "You folks over here, you're Group A, and you're Group B, and Group C and D." And I was drafted. It turned out that he wanted citizens to give input on the Title 21 plan that had been written by some consultants who had been hired to do that, to make Title 21 implement the 2020 vision for Anchorage. And so we did. I did the best I could for as long as I could. Other citizens, more dedicated and more available than I, toiled. They put their tears and sweat into the Title 21 rewrite to make Anchorage our own. And believe me, I sympathize with the amount of work you have to do to take something like Title 21 and make all the chapters align with each other and agree with each other. It's a daunting task, and I thank you for it especially. But especially, it's hard to do without changing the vision that we put into it, what we want Anchorage to be for the future. 2020 and Title 21 developed, proposes to make Anchorage a city we can be proud of, to call our own. 2020 and Title 21 do not just represent a feel-good dream of walkability and sunshine. There is real value there, monetary, tax-based value, as well as quality of life value. That vision is what we hammered out 2 years ago and submitted to the Assembly. It was provisionally adopted, and minor adjustments is all we expected. Please honor your duty to the City of Anchorage, to its citizens and its future citizens, and maintain that vision. The City of Anchorage is a living, growing being. Don't break its heart. In September of 1787, asked what form of government our Constitution gave us, Benjamin Franklin replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." You are our representatives in, if you will, the Republic of Anchorage. The citizens of Anchorage gave you a land use plan that the Assembly provisionally adopted. Please keep its spirit intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Harneman?
Thank you. Sir, and I want to thank you for your commitment and your time as well to the process. I know it takes a lot of time, especially it was commented earlier, how can you do the duties that we're performing even if you have a full-time job? So it's difficult, I recognize. Are you saying then, are you more inclined to follow the provisionally adopted chapters with technical edits? And of course, there are some proposed amendments. Have you seen the new version with all the different color codes to show?
I have not been able to study it, I have to admit, but I have read some of the reviews of it, and the stream setbacks give me pause. The idea of losing sunshine, sunshine rights, the rights to sunshine are today in the same place that water rights were 100, 200 years ago. Today you cannot dam a stream that your downstream neighbor has been accustomed to using. I see in the future that you cannot block the sunshine that your down-shadowed neighbor has been enjoying for a long time. Things like that, and I'll be reviewing the revised 2012 rewrite of Title 21 as I have time, but I'm disturbed at the reviews that have been coming across saying that our vision has been substantially changed.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Sir, I'd like to let you know that the provision on the sun shadowing on the height transitioning for neighborhood is in here. Additionally,
does it protect?
There is a provision that says you can't have a really tall building next to a residential neighborhood. You have to scale it down. That you may want to look at that section in here. I also want to remind you, since I was also involved with the community groups that reviewed the Clarion draft that originally came to us, is I hope you remember how controversial they were. Thank you. Okay.
Sheila Selcraig, Susan Klein.
Chairman.
Good evening.
It's my pleasure to be here tonight. Like many of you, I have a long history with this effort, and I would like to speak to a couple things. I'm just going to move this down a little bit. I'd like to begin to talk about the public process. Many of us were there for all of it, not all of us, but some of us,
And I know Ms. Osiander has talked about the public process, and over the years, Ms. Osiander and I have worked together, and I have a great deal of respect for her, but we don't always see eye to eye on some things. We both served on the committee that reviewed the Title 21 assembly work, and at times she would say to me, "I'm just worried about the little guy," and I would say, "I'm worried about the guy that lives next to the little guy." So, I mean, I think there's been a genuine shared views that sometimes are different. So I look at this process really differently than Ms. Osiander. The 10 chapters that we've approved went through a diligent process. They went to P&Z and were heard there chapter by chapter. Then a chapter went to the Assembly Committee, and that was noticed, and it was one chapter, and you had very specific people show up, depended on the chapter. And then it went, if we didn't agree on things at that Assembly level, that Assembly Committee level, it came to the Assembly, and then we took single amendments and talked about them, and the room filled up and people got to speak on each amendment. And the reason that worked is because chapter by chapter, this process is understandable. But and so provisionally they were approved. So, but when you bring 10 chapters forward and do a major rewrite, and then think that you've had a significant public process because you had a hearing at P&Z and you had that was publicly notified, and a hearing that was publicly notified at the Assembly Committee, I can tell you it's not a public process because most of the people in this audience who really care about this still don't really have complete copies of the changes. It was very difficult to keep up. And I can tell you those people that showed up that cared about their particular thing, maybe it was landscaping people who had landscaping issues about how we were going to handle those, or it was chicken people, or it was horse people, they don't know what you've done. And my hunch is at some level this body doesn't know what you've done because it's such a complicated document. The 10 chapters that are provisionally approved were really vented, and I want to, we've had some suggestion that the development community wasn't there. I know this history. Mayor Wersch appointed a citizens review of this process.
Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, and if you could summarize a little on that thought.
Yeah, and I hope because this really needs to be explained. Thank you. Wersch identified a group of people, and many of whom were developers, and they oversaw the initial Title 21 piece. As we moved through it, all those 10 chapters that were viewed by the Assembly had people sitting at the table. Jim Ferguson, who I have an enormous amount of respect, was there representing the contractors in this town. So what happened is there were critical decisions made where the public heard one view, somebody else heard another, and we actually understood why we were giving up things and why there was a compromise made. And this document, the 10-chapter document, is full of real compromises that recognized the whole community. What happened, actually, it began with Mr. Coffey's revision, and then BOMA's actually engagement, which Mr. Wiggins pointed out as he spoke. BOMA's engagement was, we don't have to be involved in that. He said, I didn't want to be involved at first after 2 years because I knew I could come in at the end. They've tipped this cart over, and it's a real disservice. And I have a couple things I would like to also mention that have to do with the impact of the changes on the community.
Okay, can you summarize? I had a specific question to that, yes.
One is that, we're talking about sidewalks, we're talking about the height, the design, we're talking about setbacks, we're talking about land use. And as you look at these things, for example, land use, you hear people worried about we're running out of land. Well, the changes that we've made, one of them has to do with, it used to be that the way that in the 10 provisionally approved chapters, you couldn't get a rezone if the land that you wanted to rezone was limited. For example, if you had the last piece of industrial land in town, you could not rezone it to housing because we understood that it was important to keep that land as industrial land. Well, you're getting rid of that in that revised one. Density. You worry about density. The 10 provisionally approved plans talk about density, and they tell you, you have to require high-density properties to be met at a minimum threshold that is high density. You can't put a single-family unit on a great big piece of high-density property that's zoned for high density. And that's to really address the critical needs of properties. What you've done is you've just made it easier for anybody to do anything they want anywhere. And that's these changes. They're really backing away from a city that we said we wanted. And I want to make... I know I'm up here for a while, but I have a great history I want to share with you, and I promise to sit down and be quiet.
Ms. Craig, I do need you to summarize. I've got other questions in the queue.
Okay, I'll answer questions.
Okay. Ms. Osiander?
Sheila, I know you're familiar with code that says the Planning and Zoning Commission can weigh in on any Title 21 issue they want to anytime, correct?
Yes.
And I also know that you are interested in fair play, and we went through every recommendation that came from Begich's appointed Planning and Zoning Commission. I think it's fair, and I think you think it's fair, that Mayor Sullivan's Planning and Zoning Commission, we could do the same thing and go through every single recommendation. Is that fair?
But the way we did it is we did it chapter by chapter, and it came to this body, and it didn't come to this body in a total rewrite.
So, Craig, you didn't attend meetings since you've been off the Assembly. The way I operated that committee is I went through every specific recommendation from the P&Z. Additionally, if committee members had a proposed recommendation, that was what was discussed.
I understand that.
So every recommendation, we talked about what's the pro, what's the con, and then we talked about
I
it.
can assure you, I attended those meetings, and I know who sits at that table, and I know how hard it is for the public to take off work to come to that meeting. That doesn't count to me as the kind of public process that went on for each of those chapters, which was much better. We just look at it differently, I think.
We do, because I believe it was exactly the same process every year that I've been on that committee.
I think that committee was the same process.
I've shared it most years. It's frustrating.
Mr. Trainee.
Sheila, is there anything else you want to say?
Well, two things. Thank you very much. One is that as I began to talk about the losses, Title 21 was a pretty amazing thing. I mean, we had more than 5,000 people actively involved. I just want to talk about what we wanted, but the chamber was involved, the home builders were involved, Commonwealth Northwood was involved. Everybody in town was involved in it. We won national recognition for community education and community involvement. The plan was used at UCLA and the University of Washington as a teaching document about a modern city, the future city. We haven't really pursued that plan. And what I would say is that the cost of doing these changes, the cost of not building a great city is really high. What we know is that when you've got neighborhoods where you don't have varied design, you don't have landscaping, you don't have amenities, where you really back away from the things we're asking for in this, you have higher crime, you have less kind of meaningful relationships between neighbors. Children don't do as well. The value of the houses don't increase as fast. And ultimately, in the end, you begin to build places that sometimes people turn the key and their houses are worth less rather than more when they're done. So there's lots of smart reasons to build a great city. And I think each of us have gone to other cities and thought, geez, this is really nice. It would be nice if Anchorage looked this way. This code, those 10 chapters, they are vanilla. They are not fancy chapters. They have been vetted over and over again by special interests. I'll tell you, BOMA has come in at the end. They're politically powerful, and they're dumping this cart, and it's at a great cost of losing the faith of this community in terms of feeling like they can actually
participate. I've got one other question, and I've got a lot of people that are here to see.
I'll be quiet. I won't hold. I'll just do yeses and nos for a while.
Mr. Trombley.
Hi, Ms. Craig. One of the things I continually hear is that this is going to be a free-for-all, you do whatever you want. I just want to read to you from what I have in front of me. This is for multifamily. For primary entrance treatment, you have to choose 3, and I'll just read off one of them. You have to have integrated planters or wing walls and incorporate landscaped areas and or seating areas. For weather and protection and sunlight, you have 10 options. You have to choose 4. Here's 2 of the options. Ensure that 1 or more windows in every dwelling in the development will receive sunlight access for at least 1 hour on December 21st. Or preserve sunlight access at least 6 hours daily on March/September 21st to any adjacent lot zoned PR, any sidewalk across the street or neighboring residentially zoned property through building placement, massing, and height. Now, we can agree or disagree on that language, which I think is extremely restrictive. But that, and it's throughout this document. How is, in your mind, how is that a free-for-all?
I don't think that language is extremely restrictive.
Well, I understand that, but you're saying it sounds like a free-for-all.
I didn't hear in that language any sort of, I didn't hear any common space for children to play. I didn't hear I didn't hear about landscaping in the parking lot. I didn't hear about any opportunities.
Ms. Selkirk, it is all there. Trust me. I've read all of Chapter 7.
I can't really trust you on that, actually, because...
Well, you don't have to trust me. The document's right here.
Right. Well, I'm telling you, I can give you an example.
That's all, Mr. Sherman.
Okay. Well, I can give you examples of things that have been taken out.
There are no other questions, Ms. Selkirk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Klein.
Hi, my name is Susan Klein. It's Klein. Chairman Hall and the members of the Assembly. I'm not an expert on land use planning, but I'm very interested in its effects on the value of my house, as well as where I might want to live in the future. I am an expert on what I want to live in the future, and what place I want to live. Those include rainwater gardens and landscaping, easy access to shopping, including sidewalks and public transportation, places to walk where I can feel safe, and energy efficiency. In light of this, I'll speak on 2 areas that concern me because of the long-term consequences that I see of some of the changes that were made by the P&Z Commission. And you've heard a lot of these already, so please bear with me. I live in a neighborhood with no sidewalks. I live in East Anchorage. I live off of Checkmate Drive. My house doesn't front on Checkmate. And in the winter, the students walk down the middle of the street because the street gets filled up with snow. There are no sidewalks. There were no sidewalks required when this subdivision was built. Last week, I got a notice about some construction of a sidewalk on one side of the street because there's some safety issues about the students walking to school. I support this sidewalk even though it will impact my property. It will make me have to move one of my garden beds. So now the municipality is coming back and they're paying money to host public meetings. They've already done the survey work, which costs money. They have to remove flowers and trees from the properties, and they will have a lot of irate citizens on that street because they're going to be impacted and not be able to park on that side of the street. So from my perspective, if this street had sidewalks in the beginning, we might have had a street that people wouldn't think that they could park on the sidewalk, and they might have found other ways to park. And it would have averted us having to spend money now on going back and fixing that. So the second item I have is the stream setback from 25 to 50 feet. My concern is that we're already going back and having to remediate some areas where the setback may not have even been 25 feet. It may have been less than that in the past, or between that 25 and 50 feet. And some areas, or Valley of the Moon is one place where people have floodwaters in their basement because we built in the floodplain. In my neighborhood, I was talking to one of my neighbors, and she's actually within 25 feet of the stream. And last fall, when we had the big windstorm, a tree fell down on her house. Now, if she'd been more than 25 feet or 50 feet, she would not have had that house damaged. And so that to me is an issue that I look at when I look at some of these changes that may occur in the Title 21. And that's all I have to say, and thank you very much for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, we do. Mr. Trini.
Just, ma'am, in Title 20, nothing's going to put sidewalks on both sides of the streets for existing subdivisions.
I understand that.
Okay,
My concern is that...
I don't think people really do.
No, I understand that. My concern is that we include that in future subdivisions, because we don't want to go back to every subdivision and have to put more sidewalks in, because I live on a street where students walk directly down the street to the school, and so it's a safety issue for students.
I wish we'd done it back in the 60s, but we can't go back in time and redo it.
No.
So I got subdivision that had the exact same problem. They didn't build drainage systems. They just pulled a dozer in, threw asphalt on it, and said, okay, now it's a street. And now we're picking up and trying to clean it up. And I get a lot of emails from people that say, well, we want sidewalks on both sides. Well, I would like to have sidewalks on both sides of my street, too. But unless we have a pocket full of money coming out of Juneau, that just isn't going to happen. But I agree, for future subdivisions, we should have it on both sides of the street, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Do you know what zoning district you live in? I know. I'm just asking if.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
I do know where Checkmate is, and I think it's
That'll be R4.
Probably R4. And if there were a new subdivision in an R4 subdivision, it would have sidewalks on both sides of the street with the current code that we're looking at right now.
Okay.
And then I was a little confused by saying that the tree wouldn't fall down on your neighbor's house if you had this setback. I mean, trees aren't necessarily next to creeks; they're also next to houses.
They are. This was a tree along the creek that fell into the house. It's not a tree that was on their property. It was on the creek, and that particular house backs right up on the creek. There is no real setback on the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan Stencil, Ed Jenkin, Gordon Glazer.
Thank you. My name is Ed Jenkin. I'm here because part of my responsibilities at work is right-of-way maintenance for Chugach Electric Association. In the past, we've attended various committee meetings to work with issues. Specifically, there are times when, in the course of right-of-way maintenance, we are removing landscaping. Landscaping that's there for a purpose, because the landscaping is placed in such a way it conflicts with utilities' access to its facilities or violates clearances to overhead power lines. And what I've already submitted at this point is just an amendment to try to address that issue so that landscaping, when it's placed, can be left where it's placed. We're just looking to ensure that the needs of utilities as far as the safe and reliable operation of its facilities are taken into account when landscaping is designed. So we've asked for just an amendment to insert some language to ensure that when landscaping and utilities occupy the same easement, that the consideration of both uses are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Sir, Mr. Jenkins, thank you. I did get a call from Phil Steyer from the organization, your operation, and he advised me that you guys were submitting that. I appreciate the info. Can you tell me how, practically speaking, how this happens currently? I mean, if you go out to a place and you're doing work and it's easement or right of way and there's landscaping there, what you normally do now?
Well, presently, we have both overhead and underground facilities. If it's facilities that we have that are overhead, and there are trees that are planted in the easement that will grow into those overhead lines, and those trees are removed. On underground facilities, we have to open pad-mounted equipment to access it. If there's landscaping that blocks our ability to open that equipment, or even Because occasionally when we're working on equipment, you may have an electrical arc, you may have a failure of a piece of equipment. When we're doing hot work, our crews are 10 feet back or 6 feet back, and they use an insulated rod to manipulate what they're working on to ensure if there is a failure, they're safe. So we have to maintain some space in front of that equipment so that they can operate safely the equipment they're working on.
You take, if there's landscape there, trees or otherwise, and you take that out so that you can do your work, do you guys replace it? How's that work?
At this point in time, if we do not replace it, we can contact the property owner, and we've tried to work out solutions, sometime involving trimming facilities, which of course is more expensive and causes us to go back more often. It'd be simpler if the landscaping was just placed initially in such a way that there's no conflict.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
We did get the letter from CEA, and I've talked to staff about it. Mr. Tremont is going to be contacting CEA to try to come up with some language to recognize in the particular situations like a berm placement where there's coordination. But the desire will be still to have some of the landscaping allowed in the utility easement. So we'll work out language. You should get a call this week.
Thank you. I talked to Mr.
You
Tremont
did talk
today.
To Dave?
And yeah, we're not opposed to landscaping being utility easements. We just
Right.
want to make sure that we're not having to disturb landscaping that's there for a purpose.
No, I understand. It's a legitimate concern. Let's talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Stencil. Myself and an employee of mine, Dan Bowles, are under contract with the Anchorage Soil and Water Conservation District, who was brought under contract to help the consortium write Chapter 10, and that's what we're here to speak about tonight. First, I'd like to, through the chair, we'd like to thank the Assembly for the work you're doing and going to do over the next month to make Title 20 more in line with the needs of the community. For Chapter 10, the consortium had a few benchmarks that we were constantly comparing to and striving to meet. No infringement on private property rights, no takings or decrease in allowed uses, minimum changes that would create grandfathering situations, and to always be a reflection of the community's voice. Chapter 10 has gone through an intense community involvement and comment period, as you'll see in the timeline that we've distributed. And Randy McCain, the consortium's current chair, will discuss a little bit further with you. And we're always available for questions and able to work with you over the next month for anything else that comes up. And with that, I'll hand it over to Randy McCain.
Through the chair, my name is Randy McCain. Tonight I come to you as the chair of the Chugiak Eagle River Consortium of Community Councils. The consortium is dedicated to the overseeing the creation of Chapter 10, a separate municipal chapter of land use regulations for the Chugiak Eagle River area. As you know, the foundation of the new/revised Title 21 is the Anchorage 2020 Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted in 2001. Likewise, a separate document, the Chugiak Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, is the foundation of Chapter 10. In 2004, the 6 community councils of the Chugiak Eagle River area began their focused efforts in providing oversight in the writing of Chapter 10, which is clear and transparent startup process. At all times, it was open to the public. On January 6, 2005, the consortium had its first meeting. One of the first orders of business was to update Chugiak Eagle River's comprehensive plan. The resulting comp plan was completed in December of 2006. Between September and November of 2005, 6 community councils passed resolutions supporting the grassroots efforts of the consortium. On March 14, 2006, the consortium appeared before the Assembly with a written 6-council signatory document asking for the opportunity to submit specific land use regulations for the Chugiak Eagle River communities in order to address the difference of characters and lifestyle outlined in our comp plan. On March 28, 2006, the Assembly approved AR 2008-072, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the inclusion of a separate chapter in the final draft of Title 21 to include the community of Chugiak Eagle River. The Chapter 10 portion of the revised Title 21 document you have before you tonight is truly a grassroots document created by all 6 community councils. Mr. Chair, I believe we have 5 minutes as a consortium.
Just 3.
Maybe you could go ahead and finish?
Thank you. Chapter 10 has almost 9 years in the making. We have spent hours of productive quality time in meetings with the planning staff. During the process, planning staff has submitted multiple rounds of written comments. During this process, we have collected and reviewed hundreds of pages of written community input, conducted a Dittman survey, met with key stakeholders, and have held 3 community town hall meetings. In conclusion, we thank you for our separate chapter and urge you to support the current revised version of Title 21, along with the final amendments made by the Assembly's Title 21 Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Gordon Glazer and Matt Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gordon Glazer, Chair of the Assembly, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. Appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I, like many others, have the concern about the provisional Title 21. The question was asked before about why is this important. Some of our neighbors are uncomfortable or find a fiscal crunch. I guess some members of our community council, and North Star Community Council, and Matt will talk about that a little bit more, are concerned about that there are different financial interests. Our interest is in terms of our kids and their safety. When I look at the Midtown area, what we're basically talking about in terms of development that's safe and healthy for the kids in that neighborhood. Debbie's talked about the light in there, and I understand about the stair stepping. And maybe we need a better explanation. But when we look at what the plans are, what people could do in terms of our mixed community, developing community, it's very clear to us, at least how we'll see it, that the light in terms of our residential areas would be impacted by the present standards under the changes in terms of those businesses into our residences. We have a number of people who live in that area. The question is, do we have mixed development, which is pro-growth, or do we have an instant slum? And this is the legacy that you're going to live. You know, we talk about some of the problems in Muldoon or Fairview or Spinard. Part of them are legacy of people before they had planning. We now have that ability to make some projections of what the impacts are. And the impacts, in terms of at least how we look at it, and maybe we need a better explanation, is that the stair-stepping lighting would not be sufficient to prevent darkness for many of the residents in that area, in terms of particularly the North Star area and Midtown area. That's my concern. That's a concern of the people I talked about in Community Council. We hope those amendments and that time is spent explaining and clarifying before we are faced with a legacy for the next generation of an instant slum-making type proposal. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort. I know a lot of work was put into this, and more, I guess I ask you to do more, because it is important to our community.
Mr. Glazer, we have Ms. Osiander.
Erica, Ms. McConnell, I'm sorry, just a second. Could you, where's that section on the height transitions? I've been looking for it and I'm not finding. You might want to look at that, Gordon, and if you've got any additional questions on that section or why you think that is inadequate, could you email me or call me?
Happy to. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just a moment. Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Glazer, thanks for coming out and testifying. I know you're on behalf of your community council. North Star, is that right?
North Star, but someone else will be speaking on behalf of the community council after me.
So, and I guess to that point, Ms. Osiander, is that one of the major concerns, is the height
the height and the light. As I understand it, it's meant to be not a tall building next to a smaller building. And if you look at Spenard already, on Spenard, there's one high building. But we've had a number of people, and I know Ernie's been in some of those community councils, where people are talking about buildings and it impacts the people next to them. This is not Chugach, this is not Eagle River, this is Midtown, and we have a different development situation there. It's also a complication because we have a mixed business and residential. It's one of our strengths. We want to continue to build on our strengths, not make it a weakness.
Okay. And I ask you to get back to me, though, and I follow Ms. Osiander's request. I'm speaking specifically of the new building that's, I counted it today, I think it's at least 10 stories high at Northern Lights and C, between C and Benson, or Benson and Northern Lights. There used to be a restaurant. Next to it is, I think, about a 5 or 6 story building. It was a bank and had a restaurant at the base. But it seems to be a mixed use, and it seems to be a pretty good example. Office buildings down below could be retail, parking garage, a couple of levels of that, and then commercial for office buildings. So it's a fairly tall structure. On the other corner is a bank, I think Wells Fargo's. So if you get back to me and give me some examples of,
Yeah, and let me stress, we're not against mixed use.
Sure.
We're not against mixed development. It's just the protections that are in there for the homeowners. And I guess particularly in terms of fireweed, where we're talking about one side, at least as I saw it, was it could be high rises, and the other side is still residential. We're basically saying those people are going to be walking to and from in darkness, and my friend's Ira's garden is not going to have much in the way of tomatoes.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
I just want to clarify one other thing. One big difference in this document is we're going from unlimited height virtually everywhere to height restrictions in virtually every district. In Midtown, there is a provision to go higher, though, so I hear your point. The other thing I wanted to share with you is we spent a lot of time looking at, instead of just this height stair stepping, some sort of specific sunlight protection, and boy, did that get complicated fast.
I agree.
And frankly, we had two pretty innovative topics that we talked about. One was wind studies for tall buildings, so you don't have that real tunnel effect.
Yeah.
That got in here, but the sun part, it got so cumbersome, and we felt like we didn't have time to really iron it out, so we deferred that. Now, it may be that comes back later on, but it felt too complicated and with too many pros and cons to put it in at this time.
And let me stress, I did not mean to imply that there was not a lot of work done on, and that it's a simple solution. I don't see a simple solution. Okay. We are particularly faced because of the changing of the parking regulations. Before, the buildings were sort of restricted in their height because they had to have sufficient parking space. Yeah. We're cutting down those parking spaces, which is a good thing because we're trying to make it more. But we're worried that the impact of that is, the unintended consequence is that we're going to have these high-rise buildings that basically puts that whole area in darkness. So let me stress, I am not saying it wasn't looked at or wasn't worked on or ignored. It's a very complicated issue. I don't have the answer, but I do want to express the concern of the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Matt Johnson, Bobby Burnett, Joette Storm.
Thank you, Chairman Hall, Mayor Sullivan, members of the Assembly, and staff. My name is Matt Johnson, Johnsson. I need to read my statement. However, Gordon stole some of my thunder, and Debbie, Ms. Osiander, you did as well. I'll work around it. I'm involved with the North Star Community Council, and I'd like to begin by stating for the record, the North Star Community Council voted in support of a resolution asking the Assembly to adopt the provisionally approved version of Title 21, and I know provisionally is a complicated word. I think what our membership had in mind was the respecting the public process. Issues of particular concern to our membership are, number one, shadowing of our homes. We feel deleting protections for residential sunlight puts property values in our neighborhoods at risk, as well as our quality of life. And I did just hear what you and Gordon, your exchange. I guess my question is, will those protections, will those sunlight protections still be in the document at the end of this process? Or will the property rights of somebody with a lot more money than those in my community trump our property rights? So that's my question. Stream setbacks, flooding and erosion are already a big problem in the Valley of the Moon area. Again, property values are seriously threatened. Walkable neighborhoods, there are mountains of data supporting the economic and safety advantages of walkable communities. There is no downside to a walkable community. I'd like to thank Chairman Hall and the members of the Assembly Title 21 Committee, particularly Assembly Person Ms. Osiander, for the tremendous amount of work you've put into this issue so far. It is a complex issue of tremendous importance to our community. Speaking as a private citizen now, I'd like to rebut an argument made by several speakers from the development community. That argument is Title 21 is too expensive. Several have testified here that under Title 21 their projects just don't pencil out. My question is, pencil out for whom? I believe the driving economic engine of the Anchorage economy are working families. Working families create the demand without which there would be no economic viability in Anchorage. I hope that in your deliberations you keep in mind that if you seek long-term economic health for Anchorage, then you must fully address the market demands of our middle class and working families. Based on the testimony I saw here last week and also so far today, I would say the great majority of working families in Anchorage support the provisionally adopted, the people's version of Title 21. Any decisions that appease short-term single industry development interests over the market demands of a diverse and growing population of working families is upside down. I've been a citizen of Anchorage for more than 50 years. I've seen a lot of changes in that time. What worked in Anchorage 50 years ago won't work today. What worked here 20 years ago will not work today. We are fundamentally a different city than we were 20 years ago. In my opinion, some in the development community are asking us to move backward, to use the same land use rules we had in place in the 70s. As an emerging Pacific Rim city, I see no benefit to our community in moving backward. I urge the Assembly to move Anchorage forward and adopt land use rules that promote and defend the social and economic health of working families in Anchorage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
Well, you said a lot, and I can only respond to some of them. First off, that height restriction language is definitely in here.
Okay.
And I'm more than willing, if there's some specific concern about it, to look at it more closely. But I think it is important to keep. And that's an example of one of the many, many things that the committee did that was different from the P&Z recommendation.
Okay.
Because I just keep getting frustrated at this people's version. It's an assembly version. It's not a P&Z. It's never been a P&Z document. It's an assembly document. The other thing you talked about, let's see, you talked about sunlight protection. You talked about sidewalks, which is in there. You talked about landscaping. I believe this is more landscaping than current. I think you did.
I didn't mention landscaping. I'm in favor of landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you've got any specific concerns, just give me an email and let's talk, or phone call.
You bet. Thank you very much, Ms. Osiander.
Sure.
Mr. Trombley.
Right here.
Yes, sir.
I believe when a developer says it doesn't pencil out, what he or she is saying is, when it says pencil out, it means that if they're going to build something, someone has to utilize that, whether it's in rents for rent for residential or commercial. And I'm not saying I necessarily agree with them. I'm sure I disagree with them in some aspects. But I believe their position is that the more design standards that you place on a project, the more it costs. Now, I don't know their business, but this is what they're saying. The more it costs, the more they have to charge in rent. And if their rent is not competitive with the current market, then the project doesn't pencil out. So what do you say to an individual who knows his or her business, who knows building, who knows developing, and says, these are my costs, this is what I have to recoup, plus make a profit at the end, because without making a profit, the whole thing's worthless, it's pointless to do it, that says, this is too expensive for me, since they're the one that has to build it. And as you know, we have a shortage of housing in Anchorage, and if it doesn't pencil out, I mean, what do you say to somebody who says it doesn't pencil out?
I believe that these same land use rules have been put in place in other communities, and they have been found to pencil out in other communities. I know folks like to say we're different in Alaska, we're exceptional, and in some ways we are. But I do believe that in a lot of ways we are the same. And in a growing economy such as we have here now, 50 years ago, everything was less expensive. 20 years ago, everything was less expensive. Yeah, things get more expensive over time. I don't have any answers. If I did, I might be sitting in Mr. Sullivan's chair. I don't know, but probably not.
Okay,
But,
that's the kind of thing that I have to balance out here
Sure.
as well. As I listen to yourself, and I take that into account as well as the development or building community as well. So
You know-
that's all.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm done. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Honeman.
And I wanted to make sure, and this may be a good time, Ms. Osiander could help me out possibly, but as I go through this book, and I've got at least two of the books here with the exhibits and such in it, and I think it's been pointed out, it's over 800 some pages. And I'm looking through, and I'm not sure, and perhaps Debbie can help me, there are, as I understand it, provisionally adopted chapter language is in essentially black and white on the page. Then there are essentially four categories of amendments, whether they're additions or deletions. Administration, addition or deletions, of course, Planning and Zoning Commission, Assembly Committee, and then there's technical edits. And that could be anything from changing a title and perhaps grammar or something. Perhaps it's a technology thing. So I'm not sure. Debbie, do you know are there public copies of these actual hard documents, or is it all online somewhere? Is it in DVD form, you know?
The provisionally adopted is kind of the bones. But if you look at, most people can get this online. That's probably the easiest way. What we tried to do was color code and so you could tell where the additional changes that popped in there, where they came from. Unfortunately, it's really hard to do a line by line, because what we did in committee sometimes is we came up with, here's a concept for a solution to this problem, and then we turned to staff and said, give us the language that comes up with this concept, and it might involve rewriting a big section to make that concept come through. So it's there, but I acknowledge the truth of the fact that it's hard to do sometimes a line item. But the colors are supposed to help you.
All right.
And I just wanted to point that out to all those in the public that are here. And one of the questions and comments, they haven't studied the entire, I keep hearing over again, adopt the provisionally adopted chapters. And while I empathize and concern myself with those that either were or were not involved in this entire process for the last decade, including Ms. Osiander, the thing that's been most helpful for me is to find and track these changes. And it is confusing, I'll admit, but it's helpful. So I would suggest that. And the second thing is, and it's more of a comment, as I hear Mr. Trombley making comment here, is I would love to have been the fly on the wall or setting in this discussion when you look at older communities that are established that have sidewalks on both sides of the street, alley access and snow storage and setbacks, compared to, and those had to have been built in the, what Anchorage incorporated in 1921. Those had to have been built in the 40s and the 50s, early 60s. And then you fast forward into the early 70s and 80s when so much was built, particularly in our area in East Anchorage, where a lot of that stuff went out the window. Don't know why the decisions were, and I think Ms. Osiander attempted to say it was a codified, cobbled together.
Boom and bust?
You look at Southport
Interrupt.
subdivision, which was built here in the last decade or so, and I think it was Hickle Investments, and I'm not trying to endorse one way or the other, but they put sidewalks, and they put setbacks, and they did roundabouts, and they did traffic, they did a lot of that. And how did that pencil out? I mean, they seem to be selling their houses, and the values stay up there. So I don't know why we've lost that. I think Mr. Trainey said it. By adopting this in code, realistically to me, seems that we're going to be doing this for redevelopment and infill. I mean, by and large, what is it? I think the mayor even commented, it's like 93% of the municipal land has been developed. So we're really doing this for going forward after we adopt these chapters. So I just want everybody to understand that this is what we need to be looking at is online. Look at the color code changes. It's very helpful.
Ms. Osiander, do you have another comment?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bob Burnett. For the last 35 years, I've been associated with engineering and land surveying in the city of Anchorage. I have personally designed over 10,000 single-family residential lots in this town. Basically goes back to 1977. I've dealt with a lot of developers. I've dealt with a lot of builders. And what we're doing here tonight is nothing more than a natural progression of a city growing up. When I first came up here in the early 60s, right after statehood, the end of the world was 15th Street. You have to remember, at one time, there was one trapper cabin here in this bowl. And then a prospector came along and set up a camp, and there went the neighborhood. You can't satisfy everybody. There's parts of this Title 21 that I do not like. There's parts of it that I am absolutely in love with. I have very close friends that are telling me that if it's adopted, it's going to bankrupt them. All I'm saying is you can't please everybody here. You got to make a decision, and anybody can play by the rules, but you got to know what the rules are. The only way that we're going to know what the rules are is if you pass this thing. I personally am involved with 2 very large apartment projects, and right now, they don't pencil under the old Title 21. They pencil very well under the new Title 21, and it's basically because of 2 or 3 of the amendments that's in there. So, yeah, it's very important to me that it gets passed, one thing, but number 2, there's a time, sooner or later, that the light has to go on, that you've beat this dead horse to the point that you finally realize it's not going to get up and pull the wagon. So all I'm asking you is pass it, but I would like a caveat in it, and that just like everybody else. But my caveat is, having dealt with this Title 21 for the last 35 years, there has been hundreds or thousands of changes to it over the years. Most of those changes take as much as a year to get them implemented. The only thing that I would love for you people to add to this, and I've had discussions with Mr. Weaver about this, and Mr. Weaver assures me that the variance process would do this, but I've been around here long enough to know that in busy times, the Planning and Zoning Commission can only take so many projects a month, and it may be 6 months or 9 months before an amendment could even get to those people. I would love to see some kind of verbiage in this that gives either one person or a panel, at your discretion, whatever, but somebody that you can go to that would expedite any changes that need to be made. And the reason I'm saying that there needs to be changes is there are exceptions to every rule that you come up to. I don't care what they are. Sooner or later, somebody's going to find an exception to it, and it's a legitimate exception. And it's something that needs to be looked at. And if you had a single person or a panel that you could go to that could implement this and expedite it, that to me would seem to cure all the ills.
Mr. Trini has a question for you.
But you know, our old Title 21 is ancient. Years ago, we started to rewrite on it, and then they had the citizens or provisionally approved plan. Now we've got this other one coming through, and Bowman wants to throw the whole thing out and start over again. I'm not much interested in spending another 10 years trying to reinvent the wheel.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trini, my opinion is that the Title 21 should be rewritten every 10 years, just like a census.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a growing city, you have to have changes in the rules. You have to. When you was a kid, you lived by the rules of your parents. When you got a driver's license and got out on the road, all of a sudden there was different rules. As time goes on, there's always changes to rules. And the same rules that governed in the 1960s in building this town, of course that was before unification, but even in 1975 after unification, the rules that we're dealing with now actually started back then. But once again, there's been hundreds and hundreds of changes to those. And I got to give you a big shock. If you approve this thing tonight, tomorrow you're going to have 50 applications for revision.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. We may have found the solution with this new revised one that we've been working on because both sides hate it. We may have found the right one.
Well, you may be doing something right for a change then.
You never know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joette Storm, Mary Wandell, Blair Wandell.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall and honorable assembly members. Before I start my testimony, I think we ought to take a moment and applaud ourselves for this kind of civic engagement. For 10 years, we've been slogging through this thing. Now, some of us, like Ms. Oxiander, have slogged more than others, but it's important that we stay engaged. And I think everybody that's here tonight wants to do justice in their comments to the work that you all have put forward. The trouble is, nobody can read this much and really understand it. So I fully expect that after Debbie retires, the city's going to hire her to put on workshops for how to do this. Now my 3 minutes starts, and I want to say...
Could you give your name prior to starting?
My name is Joette Storm, Joette, Storm, just like the weather.
Thank you.
So I'll start with a couple of examples. In Chapter 3, page 22, I support the continued requirement for permittees to inform community councils. This will avoid rumors and misunderstandings, much like we had in South Addition recently, and it often provides the developer or the permittee with knowledge that residents may have that are important to their project. On Chapter 4, page 118, I oppose the Planning Commission's suggestion that language in Section 5 be deleted. That language says, quote, providing light, air, privacy, and open space for each residential dwelling and protecting residents from excessive noise, glare and light pollution, and traffic congestion. Now, this is one of those color-coded sections. So I have a process question. What happens to that? Are you still considering this P&Z language, or is it just there to document?
Ms. Osiander will follow up with your questions at the end.
Okay. So the concept is something that I do want the code to address. The statement is in keeping with the whole rationale for zoning, which came into existence in the 1920s, and it is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. Now, a number of community councils have surveyed their members, and thus it is demonstrated that people still support the values of the comprehensive plan. And South Addition Community Council has submitted a resolution stating that we want the provisional code to be adopted. That being stated, and I know that the code has to be a living, breathing thing, and it will be amended. Now, according to address Mr. Tromley's question before, often the development community will cite the market's desires as their reason for trimming back sidewalks and open spaces. Well, I'm a buyer in the market, and I do want sidewalks and open space, mixed use appropriate to the neighborhood. In addition, I want to know that watershed is being protected from erosion and runoff. My husband and I built our home near downtown 17 years ago because the homes on the market were not providing the things that we desired or our needs. I know not everybody can build their own home and that they have to settle for what's being offered out there. 30 years ago, folks purchased homes in what we now call sinking meadows because builders were allowed to build in wetlands. I hope that we've learned from that experience and that that this code will now set higher standards for things like sidewalks. And you know, they're not just a nicety. In this state where 30% of the children are overweight or obese, sidewalks are an important health issue. We need citizens that develop the habit of walking. So I want to thank you for your many hours of labor over the last decade. There is much to commend in this code, and there are still things that are debatable. And I guess we're here tonight to say that we have to hold the line on the things that we think are important. So when you make those final decisions, you know where we stand. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
The way you can tell is if a phrase has a bracket around it, that means it would be deleted. The purpose statements, P&Z recommended that a lot of the purpose statements be shortened and cut out, and the rationale for that was there's some misunderstanding if the purpose statement has the full weight of law or not. And the committee's general approach to this was purpose statements should be general, and the language underneath purpose statements are the specific portions of law that are most important. So we went along with some of the deletions recommended by P&Z, but not all. The section on noise, all of that language that's in current code on obnoxious noises, it's still here.
Okay.
But that
Thank you.
purpose statement, we agreed on the particular one you read that could be deleted. I also want to assure you that there are stricter requirements now to prevent development in wetlands and to prevent drainage issues, but it's not something that my Title 21 can take credit for. It's primarily because there's been such an increase in code from the feds and state, and we're trying to deal with it and are pretty concerned about the cost impact, because we're going to have to do a whole lot of things differently in this town because of the higher SWEP standards.
I'm glad you recognize that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Joette, thanks for your involvement, too. I know that along with your full-time work, which was very important to the state as well, you also volunteered at community councils and been involved in the process. On page 119 in Chapter 4, one of the areas that you had cited, is there something in here specific, in summary, that you're concerned with most? I mean, you cited that as one of your concerns, and I'm looking at this from it looks like the Assembly Committee had recommended a lot of deletions on the R2, R2F. I think that's the page.
118.
118, page 118, Chapter 4.
It was the lines on the purpose statement in blue. I can show you.
I'll go offline from there. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll look through that as well and see if we can get it. And then, was that pretty much it, what you were trying to cover, or did you get enough time to summarize?
Oh, yes. There's not enough time tonight for me to cover all the color-coded things.
Totally agree. You want your copy back? Thank you so much.
You can keep it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mary Wandell, Blair Wandell, Carrie Kell.
Good evening. I'm Blair Wandell. I thank the Assembly and the Chairman, our Mayor, and Ms. Osiander. I appreciate all the work that you've gone through for the 10 years. I've been involved with some regulation writing myself. But I'm here tonight to talk about water on the hillside. You heard from Beth Gladfeldy and Susan Kamelis about the church drawdown test causing problems with the wells. We hired several experts from outside, and they did some very technical things and concluded that the drawdown test showed that they said that they were honest in one part. They said that it really should be redone on a more standard basis. That test was for 24 hours. A normal test for a drawdown test is for 96 hours. I'm not a groundwater engineer. I am a petroleum engineer. I'm retired now. I took a look at those two tests. Well, I want to cover something else. Ms. Osiander, you mentioned before that you didn't want that amendment to apply to Eagle River and Shugiak, but it would seem to me it would not be very difficult to make it specific to the Anchorage hillside. And I have some graphs here and some things I want to show and share with you. And the significance is not only for our part. If we're having trouble with our aquifers and our aquifers are depleting in our area, they're probably depleting all across the hillside. And I have some pass-outs here.
You'll just hand those to the clerk, and you can do that after you finish.
I would like to refer to them in my talk.
Just hand them to the clerk. She'll pass them down.
Probably about 8 or 9. How many do you have? Oh, okay, we've got plenty. Do you have one? Okay.
Can you pass those out, please?
Yeah, they'll come to us.
Yes, go ahead and proceed. We'll catch up with you.
Okay. The two tests, one was run in 1982, December 1982, and then the second test was run in December 2012, so approximately 30 years apart. If you go to Figure 1, this is a graph that shows the two tests on it. These are drawdown tests. So what that means is they pump the well at a constant rate, and the standard test is for 96 hours. If you see that the 1982 test went for 6 hours at 5 gallons a minute, then the 2012 test they conducted it only for 24 hours. They were starting to have some kinds of problems in there, which I don't really understand the explanation for that. I did extend that line at the same rate, same average rate, down to the baseline that was set by the original test. And there's a few notes on there. That one was run at 4 gallons a minute versus 5 for the first test. If you go to Figure 2, you see that the test in 1982, there were 22,800 gallons produced during that test to go from the water level that was existing in the well when they started pumping. And they dropped the fluid level to 2,010 feet after 86 hours of pumping, in which case they pumped 22,800 gallons of water. Now, I did extend the time for the second test in 2012, but to get to the same baseline, 210 feet, they only produced 7,000 gallons of water. If you see the extension on that curve, which is the dashed line, it's really kind of scary. But the odds are, in depleting a liquid reservoir, the curve is more like the dash curve in Section 3. And I put this data together because if we're having this problem in our area, or this is a situation that's probably prevalent across the Anchorage hillside.
Okay. Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Wanzel, I appreciate you bringing this and using your skills as a petroleum engineer to show us in a graph. I guess my question might go to something more that's probably deeper than outside of your wheelhouse, but wouldn't this, to me, show that, and I'm not sure, I'm no hydrologist either, but we're talking aquifers, but along the hillside, whether upper hillside or whatever, if you're saying this might apply to the entire hillside and the aquifers in that area, wouldn't that also lend more credence to city water sewer, or at least city water?
Would that do what?
Lend more credence to having city water so that you can get water piped?
I'm sure that sometime down the road it is, but our point is that the church was sitting there with about 19,000 square feet, and they wanted to extend it to about 40,000 square feet, I think 38,000 and something, and they were going from a Sunday population density, going to a church of about 700 people, and they wanted to carry that up to about 1,400. Plus that church is used for quite a few evening programs, and they were setting it up to have a school there. Well, of course, this would just have ruined all of our water supplies. And it not only would have ruined ours, they would have built that church and had no water then to run it after a very short period of time. If you look at the extension of this graph, and as a matter of fact, as a result of that test, about 6 people had problems with their wells, from total stoppage to slowdowns to some other things.
Thanks, sir.
Ms. Osiander?
Sir, anybody that represents folks who are in private wells and septics, I know that those of us here regularly hear from people who live in pockets that have poor aquifer situations for a variety of reasons. The concern that I had was we just recently adopted the Hillside District Plan, and that plan specifically exempts large portions of the hillside from ever hooking up to city water and sewer. So basically you're saying if we adopt the amendment that was presented to us, no big schools for you guys, no big buildings at all. And I'm a little hesitant to be that, I don't want to use the word draconian, but that's pretty harsh.
Well, right now, we're R6 lots there. And the standard says that whatever comes in has to be compatible and no more strain on the whatever different things than the R6
Well,
use. But it certainly would be, that church certainly would have been a lot more far beyond R6.
It does work to have a large building in an area on-site water and septic. So I'm sympathetic, and there are some sections in here that we specifically put in this chapter about protections for neighborhoods in the rural areas with large buildings, but we didn't do anything about the water and sewer. And that's just real difficult to deal with. So,
Yes, and, I don't know how representative our area is to the other aquifers on the hillside. I have no idea on that, but
right.
there certainly needs to be something in there that checks on that. Because if that church would have done that big expansion or any other big expansion from any other business,
Would have been a problem.
they would be hurting too.
Okay.
And they did look into the cost of bringing water down there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Wanzel, Carrie Kell, Ann Rappaport. Robert Shipley, Tina Thompson, Barbara Winkley.
I'm Ann Rappaport, if the other two aren't here.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ann Rappaport, and I've lived in Anchorage for over 33 years working as a professional biologist, and my husband and I have raised two children who, like us, appreciate open spaces. I thank you for this opportunity to speak about the need to adopt a progressive Title 21 for Anchorage that will ensure we pursue a delightfully livable northern city where our streams and their fish are protected and do not flood people's homes, where people can walk and bike without fear of being mowed down by cars, and where our homes and businesses have a welcoming ambiance. These are not onerous requirements. They were carefully studied and debated with input from many planning, design, and building experts, as well as Anchorage residents over a 3-year period from 2007 to 2010. We've already heard tonight how a Title 21 with these well-thought-out planning improvements would have implemented the carefully debated and adopted provisions of the Anchorage 2020 plan. It was approved by the Assembly chapter by chapter back then. Unfortunately, we got a new mayor who hired one consultant to rewrite this planning code in response to building lobbyists, whose bottom line seemed to be their own costs and timeframes. Yet any increase in cost or time will ultimately be borne by the residents, so I'm not sure what they fear, although we've heard about the bottom line. But we've also heard from several people tonight who say they can't find the kind of places they'd like to live in, which embody these qualities we're talking about. Many speakers tonight have excellently articulated specific concerns with the recent rewrite of Title I, which I share, and I just want to emphasize a couple points. The originally provisionally adopted code established stream setbacks of 50 to 100 feet. I urge you to adopt those for any new structures. Even the Mat-Su Borough has adopted a 75-foot setback from streams. This is essential to protect both private and other structures from flood and storm damages, as well as to protect our watersheds, the habitats of our salmon and other critters, which make Anchorage's streams such treasured resources. The narrow 25-foot setback proposed in the rewrite will ultimately result in greater costs to the city and residents from flooding of structures built too close to waterways. It will reduce water quality, habitat quality in these streams and adjacent riparian areas. Some other negative points to the new rewrite are that multi-residential housing will lack essential outdoor play areas and open spaces, which are essential for our youth. There will be no impetus for the neighborhood walkways and connections that make it easier to know our neighbors or get to schools and businesses. A friend shared with me recently that he showed his 5-year-old daughter the pictures that were accompanying the January 12th Anchorage Daily News article on this process and what would be allowed. And in every case, the child selected the version with more landscaping, walkways, inviting facades, and open spaces as the one she thought were the best. So if such choices are so clear to a 5-year-old, I hope they'll also be clear to all of you making these final decisions. So it might cost a bit more for a better quality of life, but in the long run, we'll all be better off. Our property values will be better protected and more likely to continue to increase. It costs a lot more to retrofit anything later, to pay for property and habitat damages caused by structures too close to streams, and in lost revenues from departed residents and visitors who are turned off by an ugly, poorly planned city. I urge you to support the previous provisionally adopted version of Title 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
I just wanted to clarify, the pictures in the Daily News, all of those are reflective of the document that's before us. And the other thing I wanted to clarify is the document that is before us was, we took the provisionally adopted chapters and we amended it. It was not written by a consultant. It was written by primarily the Assembly Title 21 Committee.
Thank you. And I know we've been hearing about that tonight, and certainly there are some very good points in the current version, but there's some better points in some of the points. I think we need to go back to that provisional amendment, and I do realize I'll have to provide some written comments with more specifics on that, but there isn't time right now to go into those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Shipley, Tina Thompson, Barbara Winkley.
My name is Tina Thompson, T-O-M-S-E-N. I'm really daunted by what a project this has been, is, and continues to be. As I've been listening to everybody, I've been struck by how this is really a part of what makes America great, is the participation in our government in all these versions. So thank you for listening to all of us. I am here as a representative from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The AMATS Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee is a diverse 11-person body that serves as an information resource on bicycle and pedestrian issues for the AMATS Technical Advisory and Policy Committees. As such, we regularly monitor and review plans that impact bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure to ensure that they are complementary, consistent, and in line with federal transportation goals. Because Title 21 has a significant impact on how Anchorage bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure evolves, its development is of great interest to us. At our January 16th meeting, we reviewed sections of the Assembly Committee's version relevant to urban development that enhances or reduces bicyclist and pedestrian safety. We appreciate the many goals and purpose statements in the revised Title 21 that acknowledge the importance of biking and walking, because Title 21 is written to capture the intent of Anchorage's comprehensive plans. We anticipate that Title 21 will enhance and improve bicycle and pedestrian-friendly urban development throughout Anchorage. Our recommendations on specific sections follow. Now, I think that these comments have been emailed, and you have them, and I can read them or not. I can turn over a written.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to tell you, I've got those. I printed them out, and I plan to go through them all individually with staff on Thursday, but there's some really good ones in there. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. And I'll maybe cede to someone else then.
Actually, Ms. Osiander.
No, that was my point.
Okay.
They're really well done, so thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope to be one of the cities someday that's featured in City Cycling, the new book that I just got in the mail today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Winkley, Robert Shipley, Caleb Rodman.
Assembly members, mayor, and staff. My name is Barbara Winkley, and I have lived in Anchorage 46 years. I feel it is important to consider what kind of a city we want for the future before it is too late. I learned in grade school that it was unwise to build on the floodplain to avoid an avalanche of consequences similar to what is happening in the Butte area. Vegetation, including trees, should be left on creek banks to stabilize the soil and avoid unnecessary erosion. These areas should be enjoyed as recreation areas and not contain permanent structures. Setbacks from roads are essential for safe walking paths and beautification. I have traveled on 5 continents and have never seen walking paths on one side of the street only in major cities. With the number of pedestrian and vehicle accidents in Anchorage, walking paths on both sides of the road are essential. And with the number of fat children who will most probably grow into fat adults, we should be encouraging more walking instead of making it more difficult. I urge the Assembly to support the People's Title 21, not the reworked version. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And if I may spend a minute, there's one thing that I don't think is included in this Title 21 that I have noticed. I live in South Anchorage, and usually around 5 o'clock in the morning, I take my dogs for a run in one of the parks. And I've noticed numerous garbage cans that have been put out the night before, which is a real attraction for bears. And it's almost impossible for people to police these and turn them into animal control or whatever the following day when the evidence is gone. I was wondering if it would be possible to have the police write a ticket before the evidence is gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Shipley, Caleb Rodman, Diane Police, David Pelto.
Hello, my name is Caleb Redman. Very grateful to be here tonight. The council, the mayor, I've requested audience with you, sir, with your secretary. I don't have a good story to tell you tonight. Obviously, from what I've heard here, Anchorage is not only behind the times, but somewhat backwards when it comes to its development policy. Not only my question regards public space versus private space. Okay, I work to collect signatures to put ideas on the ballot here in Anchorage. Okay, there's a public access point from the Fifth Avenue Mall that connects the Fifth Avenue parking garage to Sky Bridge that I believe the municipality had a heavy hand in constructing. It's a public access point. I'm sure you've seen people collecting signatures there. I was beat up basically by the Simon Property Group.
I'm sorry. If you're going to speak, you got to speak on topic. The topic is Title 21.
Sir, in this regards, the space, the public space there.
That has nothing to do with Title 21, sir.
Well, sir, it's in regards.
If you want to speak about this, you need to stay until the end of the meeting when we have open opportunity to speak, and you can speak at that point.
Well, I think what I'm asking you is specifically to put something inside of this Title 21, which you are handling amendments on, that defines what that space is, because there's been multiple petitioners assaulted in that public
space.
Sir,
if you want to testify on this, you need to stay to the end of the meeting. What you're asking is not relevant to the topic before us.
It's relevant to an amendment in a zoning or a land use policy here in the municipality?
It is not.
I believe it is.
Well, opinions vary, but if you would please be seated, you can speak on this point at the end of the meeting.
Okay, well, I will step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for your time.
Thank you.
Diana Police, David Pelto, Steve Heimel.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Diana Polisi. I'm a former environmental scientist, and right now I just stay home with my kids. I'm here because I'm here for the provision, in favor of the provisionally adopted Title 21. The provisionally adopted Title 21 was a compromise. It came from lots of hard work and lots of input. It will allow our city to be a desirable place to live. The revisions undermine the process and have whittled it away. The provisionally adopted plan preserve open spaces, which is important for people who live in a Damascus city. Having places for children to explore helps children to be able to play outdoors in all seasons. It's important to have opportunities for our children to be active and play. Mixed-use development makes it easier to get around. Sidewalks give people options besides driving and promote walking. The bigger stream setbacks preserve riparian ecosystems and prevent flooding. If we don't plan for flooding, it will cost more in the long run. The provisionally adopted 21 will prepare Anchorage for the future. The proposals will cost less in the long run and use fewer resources. Resources are limited and finite. To prepare for the future, we need to lessen the amount of resources our lifestyles depend on. This will allow us to maintain a quality standard of living even with dwindling resources. Sprawl is not a sustainable way to build, especially with fuel costs, which will continue to rise and which will continue to affect our economy in a negative way. If we plan for using less fuel and resources, we'll be in a much better place for the future. The revisions will lead to more haphazard development and do not undermine the process. Go with the provisionally adopted Title 21, not the rewrite.
Thank you. There appears to be no questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
My name is David Pelto. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, I'm here today as a resident of the City of Anchorage to address the adoption of Title 21. I attended the last meeting and realized that I too must speak regarding the land use and planning for our city. A speaker last week suggested that only those who used land for business and monetary gain had, quote, skin in the game. I want to make sure that the Assembly knows who really has a stake in the planning that has been done and in the final adoption of Title 21. The children who wait for the bus 2 blocks from my home every day, standing in the street because there is no sidewalk, their parents, themselves, and our city will have skin in the game when one of those children is hit and killed by a passing auto. The condo owner who must pay extra dues in order to haul the snow from a development which does not have adequate storage. The developer walks away and the tenants put their skin in the game. The taxpayer who must contribute to funds for flood damage when someone builds too close to rivers and streams and then expects the rest of us to help pay for damage. That means every taxpayer has skin in the game. The pedestrian who risks life and limb to cross a busy street just to get to a sidewalk or must cross that same busy street without benefit of an overpass or a crosswalk. That pedestrian, drivers, and first responders all have skin in the game. The salmon, which heroically makes its way up our city streams through polluted water and damaged stream beds. That salmon, the kids who want to go fishing, the tourists who gaze and wonder, the businesses who depend upon those tourists, and the rest of us who know why we live in Alaska all have skin in the game. If the Assembly makes decisions for Title 21 only in terms of who might make more money in the short term, we will all have to pay more in the future. Decisions about the future of our community based not on the kind of city we all should be proud to live in, but on how much money a few can make in the short run, will leave the entire community to pay later. I ask the Assembly, as you examine this complex document and proceed with deletions, additions, and amendments, that you weigh each decision you make, remembering that all of us will be impacted in some way. All of us have skin in the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Balto, thank you so much for reminding us all, that this is what it's really all about. And I think you've heard it before from several parts of the members of the body here. that there are people from both ends of the spectrum that aren't really happy about some of the language. And I'm not about to, I can't speak for everybody else, but I'd like to think that we're all not going to allow one entity over another to subvert a process that's been worked on for many years. And I recognize that this is a huge undertaking for about 30-some years that has needed to been completed. So take it serious, and I thank you for reminding us. And thanks for your comment.
Mr. Trombley?
Appreciate you coming down to speak. I wanted to get your perspective. You mentioned the stream setbacks, and that's been a fairly contentious issue here. In the document I have before me, it goes from 50 feet back to 25 feet back. But that's not necessarily from the stream itself or the body of water. It's 25 feet from the highest water mark. And if the highest water mark can't be determined, then it goes back to 50 feet from the stream itself. Do you think that that's reasonable?
You mean to reduce it? No.
Well, no. 25 feet from the high water mark. If we're going from the high water mark, then generally speaking, that's the highest the water gets. So
what counts is not the high water mark. What counts is runoff. What counts is what we do to damage the stream by being too close to the stream. And frankly, I've lived in Alaska too long to see too many of our rivers that used to produce lots of salmon that don't anymore. And it's not because of some other thing going on somewhere else. It's because of what we did. And so, I'm not going to support anything that reduces the protections that should be given to these streams. They're ours to protect. They're not ours to abuse. And I think if we build too close, we're abusing them.
Sure, and I'm looking at the document here, and there's actually quite a few conditions when it comes to streams. I mean, we're talking about, for example, materials used or removal of ground cover shall not create turbidity or other water quality problems. Those kind of things. And one of the questions I do have for you is, we talk about a setback. There is a possible exemption for trails being closer to streams than 25 feet. Are you okay with that?
Well, sure. If it's done right, a trail could be built properly.
Well, what's the difference between a trail?
Okay, you want me to give you an example? Let's imagine somebody's shed that's been built only 15 feet from the stream, that inside of it we don't know how many batteries and old oil cans and the things like that are draining into the water supply and going into the creek. We have no idea what kind of fertilizer pile that they are putting in that same space that is draining into the creek. So, yeah, there's a significant difference between something that we just let somebody do in their own space inside their garage versus something that is controlled and built according to modern standards next to a stream. I live right close to the Campbell Creek bicycle path that goes across the stream. And you can tell that the way that path was built was designed with the idea that, okay, we're not going to create additional runoff into the stream. We're not going to build it in such a way that further pollutes the stream. So, yeah, there's a huge difference.
Sure, okay. And that's one of my questions, because, I look at a trail, which is generally made from asphalt, which is a derivative of petroleum. And then when there's cracks, they use tar or some derivative of petroleum to fill those cracks with the possibility of runoff into a stream. So, those are just kind of things that I'm thinking of. So I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Steve Heimel. I'm a 30-year resident of Spenard. In all that time, Spenard has done nothing but get better. During this process here, you have heard just about everything. You have heard from developers wanting to get the good old 70s back, deferring their costs to the future, which is now. Residents wanting to be able to walk in their neighborhoods. Taxpayers worried that their money is being spent on the wrong things. Planners from other cities telling you their builders begged for planning. I'm here to tell you, we need a sustainability plan. We need to plan for resilience. We need to plan for the future that is coming down on us. The market that the developers want to build for is already disappearing out from under them. The Title 21 the Assembly voted for would have taken a small step toward a more livable and sustainable city. It would give the real estate people some predictability, level the playing field. They deserve that. So, I don't have confidence that this body is going to respect that, the things the Assembly already voted in. And we're going to have to come back if you don't give careful consideration here, once again, and revisit all these sustainability issues. And I've got plenty of modest proposals I'll be glad to come forward with if we don't get a reasonable plan for our city. Like plowing the snow from the sidewalks and the bike paths into the roads and removing it from there. Using the railroad terminal at the airport for going to the airport. Turning the UMed district into an intensive public transportation district instead of spending our taxpayer money to promote a freeway coming from the suburbs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judith Ann Dreg, David Miso, Catherine Hicks.
Hello, my name is Judith Anderegg, A-N-D-E-R-E-G-G. You did pretty good. Before I start my own comments, I wanted to say that I know that there's the Anchorage Watershed and Natural Resources Committee, and there's the Parks and Recreation Committee, and there's your own planning division, and I'm assuming that all of them have produced lots of reasons why the setback needs to be where it is. And I feel really strongly about the setback, but I don't feel like I would be the person to get the documentation for that. But those three groups, I would think, do. I have lived in the Valley in Alaska most of my life. The last 30 were in the Valley until 2011 when I moved to town. We were excited to move to Anchorage. We were going to live in a community where there was recognition that our property rights were protected, but so were our neighbors, which would mean compromise. To be in a livable city and meet the needs of residents, we need to balance both individual and community rights. This is the job of Anchorage 2020 and Title 21, balancing community needs and individual rights. My work experience has included being a public participation officer for a statewide program, constituent aide for a state legislator, and chair of a state park advisory board. And I know how difficult and time-consumptive the public process is and how few people understand how truly complex it can be. My thanks go to the Assembly, the Planning Commission, the staff, both past and present, and especially to Debbie Osiander for all her work. It's really difficult. In light of my professional experience, it appears that provisionally adopted Title 21 had a long, clean, open, and public process. We watched it from the Valley. On the contrary, the more recent versions have had a public process, but it seems too short and anything but clean and open. And I have two specific examples that we had, and admittedly they're limited. My husband and I attended commission meetings where Title 21 was reviewed. The commission agenda was always full, even without Title 21 on it. The public wasn't invited to participate. There wasn't enough time. It was often difficult to follow the discussion. The commission was working hard. It was a lot to do to get through the entire document. Involving the public in those meetings did not seem to be a concern. There wasn't enough time. My husband and I then went to an Assembly Title 21 work session on a Thursday morning, and we watched as the chair solicited input from a developer. The staff was ignored until the developer gave his input. The general public was never asked to speak. Again, like commission meetings, it was a lot to simply get through the whole thing. Soliciting public comment did not seem to be a concern. We were welcome to listen. This is not the same as being allowed to comment. Public involvement did exist, but it seems like it needs more depth. This has not been at all like what we had heard about public involvement in the provisionally adopted Title 21. My first recommendation is to respect the multi-year public process and adopt the publicly approved provisionally adopted Title 21. Everything I've heard says that the public hasn't changed its mind. The public commented for 8 years, and it's basically still seems to be saying the same things they said before. My second recommendation is that if the provisionally adopted Title 21 is not the Assembly's document of choice, or if it's to be substantially amended, please open up and lengthen the public review process. It seems our elected and public officials want to be done, and I can appreciate that. You've had a lot of time. But we deserve time to look at the whole new document, and I appreciated it when Assemblyman Honeman said where we could find the whole thing, because I know where there are parts. Again, thank you very much for this time to comment.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Ms. Hendrick, thank you very much for your comments. And I would encourage you to look at the entire document before us. I mean, again, I'm sure people be mindful. We'd be killing a lot of trees, more than we already have,
right,
to get this kind of document out to everybody in the public. But it is online, and I know that it's tough to kind of watch through, but it's very particularly helpful if you look and see if it's color-coded quite well. And my hat's off to whomever's idea to do the color coding, because that was one of the requests I had heard throughout earlier on in the process. Admittedly, I joined this body when all the chapters were provisionally adopted. So going through from that point forward, it's very informational, very helpful for me. So I encourage you to look at that. And then, I would suggest that you encourage you and others to submit your request to edit or modify or change, whether you like something or not. It would be mindful, and it would be remiss if I didn't say, particularly in the area of technical edits, I think that those are very important to make sure we address that. I don't think there's any issues with that. And then there are some reasonings behind, and some pretty valid reasons behind some of the amendments. So I encourage everybody to be patient and kind of look through that and give that very good, thoughtful concern. So.
We need time to do that, though. And I know the people I've talked to in the general public, I've said, well, where do you find it? And a lot of times people didn't always even know where to go to find the whole thing, because you could look at a part here or you could see a part there, but it's giving us enough time to be able to look at it.
So what would be
what
your
we're asking for.
recommendation for time?
Well, I heard somebody say earlier the end of February. Just right now, like my understanding was tonight was the last public hearing, and I knew we could comment till the first part of February, but to look at the whole thing and be able to go through it and put the pieces together, I think takes more time.
Ms. Osiander?
Muni.org, and then you can click on departments at the top of the web page. And then once you click on departments, I think the simplest way is to click on Assembly, and then it says, under Assembly, it says Project Title 21, and you click on that, and there's each of the chapters, and they're in the color-coded version that Mr. Honeman referenced. It's really pretty accessible, all of it.
Again, this is really good to hear. I mean, this is the first time I've heard somebody say publicly, this is where you can go to find it. And it's color-coded. That's just something as a public member who comes to assembly meetings, I don't know. And that was a part of it when we went to the commission meetings. They would talk about it, but you weren't always sure what they were talking about, because sometimes you had it in front of you, but they would change sections, and since you didn't have access to it, you didn't know what they were looking at.
It's hard to come in towards the end of a process and acknowledge. Okay,
thank you.
Ms. Osiander, the documents are easily accessible at www.muni.org/assembly. You'll get to the Assembly's homepage.
Under the Assembly, okay.
And the documents are under items of interest. So you can skip the department step if you want.
Even easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Meese, Catherine Hicks, Mary Barr.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Hicks. And I've never lived in a big city, and I never want to. But I've seen them on TV, and I've always felt sorry for the folks that live in these stacked and packed conditions. I look at living in New York or Chicago, and it is no wonder their crime rates are so high. Why are we taking on the ills of the big cities? I wonder why some of these folks don't just move back there. I know right now you're saying Title 21 doesn't mandate that, but it is a first step. When you take productive land, put sidewalks, bike paths, green spaces, and traffic calming devices in it, you are losing the capability of having more housing and a broader tax base. This leaves the only building option to be vertical. If a developer wants to limit the capacity of his development, but possibly increase its desirability, that's his choice. It should not be mandated. If a neighborhood wants restrictions on what their neighborhood looks like, they should form an association and make covenants. That's their right. We all want to live in a nice area, and I thank my lucky stars I live in Anchorage. We have the freedom to choose how we want to live. We built and designed our snout-nosed house. I am basically lazy, and I wanted to park my car in the garage, haul groceries, etc., into my house and dump them. I didn't want to have to lug them around to another door, open it, and walk to the kitchen and then dump them. That should be my right. My neighborhood has no sidewalks, and I like it that way. We have no traffic calming, and I like it that way. I walk my dogs throughout the area, and we do just fine. Cost of the sidewalks and all of these amenities that we're adding on through these systems is going to make housing completely unaffordable for the younger generation. This traffic calming brings up another thing. I wonder how much extra time, therefore money, is spent clearing snow around all these devices. I'll bet it's considerable, not to mention the time it takes a fire truck to get to a fire when they have to slow down for all those fancy curves. Miss Osiander, I have always admired you, and you realize how hard you've worked on Title 21, but I hope you'll look at the long-term consequences. Most Alaskans want their freedom, and that's why we live here. Title 21 will take away many of these freedoms. I urge the Assembly to reject Title 21 and Project 2020 in its entirety. I'm sorry that so much time has been spent by all on this atrocity. It is sad to see that outside forces and local busybodies can attempt to take our private property away. This Title 21 reminds me of Obamacare. You've got to read the bill to find out what's in it. Well, we're finding out what's in Obamacare, and most of us don't much care for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Meese, Mary Barr, David McCargo.
My name is Mary Barr. Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I've heard repeatedly, we want a beautiful city. Much of what is being proposed is beauty at the cost of the ability for those who have a very low income to afford to live here. Where are the clerks and the waitresses going to live in this wonderful city that we're proposing to build? They're not going to be able to afford it. The purpose of zoning is to make sure that everyone has a place for their homes, for their businesses. And the zoning map that I saw before Planning and Zoning started working on it was a mess. It would have required rezoning the entire city, and that's just not economically feasible. Anchorage 2020 is past due for review. Anchorage 2020 wants more multi-unit housing, but the Title 21 we're looking at is really not making provisions for that. It's a hard choice you've got to make right now. If we can't get rid of it entirely, and I realize we can't, then let's go with the one that's been revised. Thank you.
Thank you.
David McCargo, Barry Bruno, Joan Diamond.
My name is David McCargo, and sort of as a preference to my remarks, I'd like to address a logistical matter regarding the Title 21 as it is available. Those of you who are on the Assembly are very lucky that you have that big document, which is easy to use. When you go online, the problem that you have is using that document online, and it's extremely cumbersome. I have an old computer, and when you download that or when you try to access that in PDF format and you're trying to switch between various chapters and make comparisons, it's a very difficult thing to look at. And a lot of people here have expressed a concern that they need more time to look at this document because it isn't easy to do. I have not inquired, but one thing that I hope is available if this process gets extended out, that at the very least the plan is available to the public in a CD disc form. Many people have testified at these hearings have testified to the effect that they think that Anchorage is a good place to live. I would take exception to that. In the over 40 years since I first came here, Anchorage has become uglier, more congested, more polluted, noisier, and more crime-ridden. The transition that we have witnessed in Anchorage, of course, is not unique to this city, but applicable to just about every place, not only in the United States, but worldwide. It's almost like a frog, or the parallel of a frog being put into warm water and then being brought to a boil. If you look at the city in a short time span, you don't notice the differences, but if you look at the city over a long time span, the differences are dramatic. Our approach to the problems of growth in the city and elsewhere are basically Band-Aid solutions without looking at the basic issue of growth itself. Title 21 really is an attempt to address this, but we're only addressing it in working around the periphery. Some of the critics have called efforts like this, Title 21, as being social engineering. And I would ask the rhetorical question, what is wrong with that? Yes, we are trying to steer the society in this city in a direction that is going to make the city hopefully more livable on a sustainable basis for the long run. The quality of life amenities that partly offset the downside aspects of living in Anchorage have really little to do with the growth aspects of Anchorage. Some of the things that make this city really livable are those things like the coastal trail, the parks that we have somehow protected. It's not trying to hurry up the growth of the city, which of course is a dead end. Anyway, there's a lot more that I could say, but I'll just conclude by echoing what others have said, that I think that we should try to stick to the spirit of the original planning effort of Title 21, and I'll leave it there. As for some of the specifics, I'll try to put those in writing to the Assembly. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate testifying. I don't think my city's ugly. I'm pretty proud to live here. And, Bloomberg recently came out, and Anchorage is in one of the top 10 places to live in America. Our population over the last 10 years has increased by 38,000 people. I don't see how our population increases by 38,000 people, and we're one of the top 10 cities to live in, according to Bloomberg News, and yet we're an ugly, horrible place to live.
Well, obviously, we have a very difference of opinion there. And let me serve up as an example.
Well, we can have a difference of opinion, but facts are stubborn things. And when you have an increase in population and top 10 place to live,
Well, are you going to take Bloomberg's word for it? Does Michael Bloomberg live here, or does he live in New York City? He doesn't live here. So without living here, I don't think he or the editors of Bloomberg magazine, or wherever you saw this, are in any position to comment on the livability of this city. In my own situation, live in the Spenard area, and because of a lot of the issues that I remarked on earlier, and scouring another part of town to move to. And this also speaks to the problem to this planning process, and I recognize the difficulty of this, but the problems in my neighborhood, and I live in the Spur Sad subdivision, and you've heard a lot about this in hearings in the past, the problems there are unique to that area. If I go and I look at Rogers Park, and I was commenting on this plan as I perceive the issues to be in Roger Park, they're very different from the issues where I'm living today. And so I'm going to build on what you're saying as a fundamental problem with this planning process and some of the difficulties that you're having with it. But I stick by remarks that I think that in my time in Anchorage, this city has really deteriorated insofar as the quality of life.
Ms. Osiander?
You can get copies of this on disk. You know where the planning department building is located on Elmore there? If you go to the main counter, I checked with Mr. Weaver, there will be copies on disk for anybody who wants to see them.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Horniman?
That was one of my questions, so I'm glad you answered that, Ms. Osiander. And then I guess to my colleague, I'd suggest that in Bloomberg's report, I'm sure there's very many variables out there. I've heard, and I've lived here 40 years myself, and I have mixed emotions. I've owned houses in two different parts of town, but that's for a whole other part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Bruno, Joan Diamond, Samuel Dubain.
Hi, my name is Barry Bruno, and I'm a proud homeowner and landowner in Eagle River Valley. And I came tonight, I have a specific concern, and that is the 25-foot setback. That I am for keeping the 25-foot setback. I have two pieces of property, one with my home on it, the other one as an investment property. I have a 1-foot creek that runs on the second piece of property. And so, to me, I have skin in this game. I would also like to address the gentleman who said that people would keep fertilizer, oil. You know, I consider myself a steward of that stream, and I would never do anything like that. In fact, if I found anyone doing like that, I would report them. So, I have a lot of friends that live out that way. You probably don't hear much from them because we're people who spend time, by ourselves. We don't get involved a lot, but I'm here to speak for them and myself. Definitely want to keep things the way they are because we live in the mountains. We like that lifestyle. And so I also have that concern of just, I spent a lot of money. My life savings has gone into this house and this property. And I've fought to keep it. I've lived there since 1997. And I feel like I have a lot of skin in the game. That's my home. So increasing that makes my land very difficult to build on. I would like, hopefully, to maybe have another child, maybe add on to my house. This all really affects me. And so I wanted to come here and speak personally to you and also say that, this is reality for me. I don't just have an ideal, and where I live, it's pretty steep. So the chances of flooding my house with a 1-foot stream is, we've probably got bigger problems if that happens. So,
okay. Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Bruno, thanks again for impassioned comments on that. It's really good. You say from where you're at, I'm imagining the creek or the stream bed is below grade of where your house and your land is?
That's correct.
Okay. That's probably an opposite effect of, if I'm not mistaken, was it Peters Creek that recently flooded over and some property owners were rehabilitated, Ms. Osiander?
It flooded because of glaciation.
Glaciation.
Our flooding up here is not typical of the rest of the country. We flood because we've got poor drainage and we've got glaciation, not because our rivers get bigger.
Right. So that might be one commentary, or perhaps even a variance in a situation like yours would apply. But I hear what you're saying. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like our area is different. I can understand bigger setbacks from things like the Matanuska River and Eagle River, but we're different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Diamond, Michael Dubain or Dubois, Gail Callis.
My name is Joan Diamond, spelled with an A. If the Assembly can restore or retain those development and design standards of Chapter 7 in Title 21 that move the town toward a built environment that makes walking a safer and a practical choice for more trips, then it will improve our population health. And I come from, some of you I have worked with, and I come from 26 years working with public health for the city and working on a variety of population health issues. I spent a lot of time with land use codes. Former Don Alsbach, for those who know him, Tom Nelson, worked with us in public health because it was a big feature of reducing injury and in improving health. How our built environment is developed has everything to do with whether we're fit or fat, or safe, or living in violent neighborhoods. Getting people out of their cars to walk or bike to work, school, to get to parks, requires that pedestrian sidewalks, trails, and pathways be connected to our homes, our school, and our employment centers. If we want to grow a population of young people who are well and uninjured, then please restore most of our pedestrian standards. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Sam Dubain or Dubois, Gail Callis, Dan Gleason. Kathy Gleason, Reverend Glenn Clary,
Dan is here.
Mark Spano. Oh, good. We got a whole bunch.
I was waiting for the two people before me. I'm Gail Kalis. Recently, in the last 2 years, moved to Anchorage and moved here because it is somebody said it's an ugly city. Well, it's also a very livable city to me, and the reason I'm here is I'd like to keep it that way. My husband and I originally planned to retire someplace else, but we fell in love with Anchorage, and I want to address the issue of people have said, okay, you're going to make it expensive. Well, we gave up what we could have had, bigger house, a lot more land, but we moved here because we like the city and we enjoy its amenities, including its many, many parks, including the rules that have been established to allow connected neighborhoods, even with cul-de-sacs for walkers, places to walk, the coastal trail, all of these things. I think my concern has, in what I've heard, listening to the testimony here and talking to people, I really do appreciate the work that all the people put in over the years to develop what's being called the provisionally adopted plan. I respect the work that was done, and I know Debbie feels very protective of the document as it has come out. But what I'm hearing over and over again is that people feel that having had the result of that work kind of brought out and, okay, now we're going to have to make a decision on this within this first month. Well, within about a month from today, this looks like March 22nd, February 22nd is the end of the discussion period, and then it's going to be discussed. I think we need longer. I think the point that Debbie makes is a good one. We've got a document, but it is, 700 pages, 800 pages to be looked through in multicolors, in looking at an original and looking at all the things that you guys have put in and adopted and said, okay, well, this didn't work, we're going to try to do it this way. And it can get very frustrating. I've talked to people who have been looking through it and trying to say, okay, what did we have originally and what do we have now?
and the fact that things are kind of interleaved, it's going to take a little bit longer. It's going to take, you can see that from the interest, the public interest that has come out of people wanting to have their say on this, wanting to say, give us more time to look at it, saying, this isn't what we thought we were going to get, that we do need the time. We need to have time to go through the 700 pages and look at what is the document, and oh, I didn't think this was in here, but yes, it is. Or this is something that was really important when we drafted the document in the first place. We'd like to get it here. And, you know, it can be very frustrating to try to put that all together. You've been through the process, Debbie, so you kind of know where things are, and you can, in your head, you can say, okay, you know, that's in there, just go look. But it takes time for the rest of us to go look.
Thank you.
And that's my...
Thank you. There are no questions.
Good.
Dan Gleason, Kathy Gleason, Reverend Glenn Clary.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman. Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan. My name is Dan Gleason, and I'm a 30-year resident of Turnagain. I've been involved with Turnagain Community Council since 1982, since moving here, and the Community Council has followed Title 21 process since it began 10 to 12 years ago. I appreciate the hard work of the Planning Department, the Assembly, especially Debbie Osiander, and the public have put in the rewrite of the important planning document that will affect the looks and the function of this city for many years to come. I intend to submit in writing more detailed comments on specific items of interest, concern, and agreement. I have started reviewing Assembly Committee's version of the line of the online, but just for Chapter 7 alone. And it's over 285 .pdf pages and notes and explanations. It is a challenge for a busy person like myself to take the time to review the changes, but I think it's important and want to do that and make sure that I understand what the rewrite means. I want to make sure that Title 21 includes much better landscaping standards than what are currently required. And I proudly would like to point out my place of employment, which is BP, and the building in the campus in Midtown. I have no doubt that when this development occurred in 1984, BP went above and beyond what was required. It has won 2 landscaping awards given out on the annual Arbor Day celebrations, where our city mayors, including Mayor Sullivan, have attended and praised the benefits of trees in our city. In addition to extensive planting trees, BP also preserves areas of existing natural vegetation by the Energy Center and the east side of the main campus. Title 21 must place a high priority on encouraging natural open spaces, on encouraging developers and builders to retain natural open spaces where appropriate, not only commercially zoned areas, but in housing subdivisions as well. Some of the most important surveys conducted in the Anchorage 2020 comp plan was the natural beauty and setting of Anchorage, as well as its trails, parks, green belts, and open spaces. Please make sure Title 21 has strong landscaping requirements. The city and its residents deserve much better than what is currently being required in our fair city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Gleason, thanks Dan, thanks for your information and your comments. And I will have to say, I was talking earlier in reference to the Midtown building at Northern Lights and C, between Benson and C there, the new one. It goes about 10 stories up. But you're absolutely right. BP, I hadn't thought about that, but the Energy Center and all around it, I know that they've built sidewalks and there's pretty good access ingress. And I've actually walked across the parking lot and felt relatively safe. So, and I do appreciate all the work that they do. I know you guys have company events out on the lawn on the east side of the building. So, and you're right. It's a good example of how it can be done right in a Midtown district near residential zones and still fit in.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Okay.
Mr. Gleason, you're not going to find much that's new. It's basically the same topics that we've been talking about for a long period of time, What may be new is the language that addresses some of the topics, but generally you'll be very familiar with the topics. The landscaping section, which you referenced, the main intent there was to make it more user-friendly. We were talking about units, and if you can figure out what a landscape unit is, a percentage of a shrub, so we relied heavily on some local landscape architects, and they're actually talking about trees and shrubs again instead of units, which I think makes a lot of sense. And there is an increased landscaping section. If you look at the arterial landscaping, it basically requires more landscaping than the old draft.
That's why I said an agreement, too.
Okay, thank you.
All right? Thank you. So it's not totally against everything that's in here.
I hear you.
Okay? I like, let's see, the snow removal.
Okay.
On page, which page is that?
That's okay. I know where it is. Thank you.
And street connectivity. I agreed with that. So there's a lot of things I agree with here, too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Kathy Gleason, Reverend Glenn Clary, Mark Spano, Chris Beck.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Kathy Gleason. I'm President of Turnagain Community Council, and I'm happy to be here tonight to weigh in on this important topic. I served on a land use working group when the comprehensive plan was being put together. And there were about 50 of us that met at least 2 or 3 times a month for many months. It was a wonderfully diverse group filled with bankers, developers, contractors, builders, landscapers, environmentalists, trail advocates, community council representation, you name it. And through the incredible guidance of Tom Nelson and Kathy Hammond, we were able to come to an agreement on the comprehensive land use. We actually scripted, and part of what's in here is what that committee wrote. 50 people from very diverse views. One of the things that sticks out in my memory about that process was that the developers and builders said, you know what frustrates us the most? And this was actually referred to earlier. We want a level playing field. We're tired of variances and waivers being granted in this town to certain developers who seem to have an in on this community and how it runs. We just want a level playing field. Tell us what you want from us, we'll do it. I think we need to respect that process and have Title 21 reflect the comprehensive plan, and it should be implemented as such. Turnagain Community Council did pass a resolution about a year or so ago. I know you all received copies of it. We picked 9 items to focus on at that time. I'd like to cover 3 this evening, if I may. Chapter 3, under community councils, there's language in there that the city is encouraging applicants to go before community councils for things like rezones and such, quite a long list, which I support wholeheartedly. However, we did ask that there be an additional comment in there, and in my handout, it's in red. It was not put in what I think is the proposed language before you now, but I really encourage you to put it in. Attached to my handout are our last 3 meeting agendas. And if you look through them, you can see we've been a very busy community council. And if a developer who would call me up as president and say, I'm rezoning a large lot near Earthquake Park, can I have 15 minutes to come talk to your council about it? There's no way that would provide enough time to ensure an adequate presentation by the applicant or the attendees to have lots of questions. If I may continue.
Since you are my community council and other assembly members have taken that discretion, yes. Please finish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd just like that to be inserted, because right now it says if the appropriate board or commission, if the community council's meeting for the project area is not scheduled in a timely manner, the applicant shall organize a community meeting. And I'd just like inserted, or cannot adequately accommodate enough time for a thorough public review and discussion of the project at a regularly scheduled meeting. Just because I really support the concept of this, but I think that just because we may have our meeting scheduled at an appropriate time, we may not have time at our regular meeting. So thank you for consideration of that. The second item I'd like to cover is the transition district. And I looked at this section briefly, and I hope I'm wrong, so please correct me. It looked like, and I've talked with some of you about this, that the transition district, I've been assured by planning staff, it's going to remain in the rewrite, and which we totally support. But it looked to me like all of the language associated with what's in current code, lots of detail, that second handout, pages and pages and pages of things that explicitly protect the public from health, safety, and welfare, has been deleted from the rewrite. And I'm not sure if that's a correct interpretation or not, so I'd like to know about that. If it has, I strongly, on behalf of the council, ask that that be reinserted. And lastly, I'd like to cover stream setbacks. You've heard a lot about them this evening, and that this was one of the things our council pointed to as something of interest to us. I found on page 309 of the rewrite version online the purpose of the stream, water body, and wetland protection. And it says the following requirements are intended to promote, preserve, and enhance the important hydrologic, biological, ecological, aesthetic, recreational, and educational functions provided by streams, associated riparian areas, water bodies, and wetlands, particularly by minimizing impervious surface and by that probably means runoff, minimize impervious surface, and by reducing erosion and the contamination of stream, wetlands, and water bodies by pollutants or invasive plants. And I think that purpose is very well written, and I think that you need to be reminded of what the purpose of a stream setback is. It doesn't say anything about, but we want to keep it as minimal as possible because of property rights or property, the public taking of private land. It has a very scientifically based purpose for those setbacks, and I think that 50 feet minimum is appropriate based on all the information that I'm sure you received from the scientific community on this topic. Thank you very much.
Ms. Osiander.
There were some things that we basically referenced incorporation of existing code into this. For example, the downtown districts. The intent originally was we were going to rewrite the downtown districts and the descriptions of them to be in accord with the downtown plan. It got too complicated, too difficult, and too cumbersome. If you remember back in the provisionally adopted, those were reserved. So what we did with certain sections is we said we're going to incorporate the existing code into this code. And the transition district is absolutely included. The reference to that, I just checked, is Chapter 4, page 143, but all of the transition districts it's still here.
All of the language that goes with it.
It's still relevant.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, what we did with community councils is actually we heightened their importance. The transitionally or provisionally adopted version said you can go to the community council, or if that's too difficult, you can have a community meeting. So what we did is say community councils are absolutely the preferred in the top. I'll look at that language again, or our committee will, but that was the intent. So I would think that knowing you would be happy with that, Kathy.
Yeah,
Second-
I said I wholly supported the concept.
hear-
I just think there's one little
I know,
line that's
what is it?
missing based on the agendas I've had to deal with since I've been president.
All right.
They've been packed.
And the last thing you talked about was stream setback, and I want to assure you that there has never been a discussion, or I think anybody say that there's not value to increasing the stream setback. The concern for the committee was what it does to a property owner to be legally nonconforming. You have to go get a specific piece of paper from the city if you want to sell your property. There's some challenges if you want to remodel your property. I absolutely know that we're going to be talking more about that, so we all have a good understanding. It's just a weighing of it. But really, there's never anybody who said, oh, darn it, let's go closer because it's great.
Well,
it wasn't
it shows
that.
it as an amendment to go back from 50 to 25, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Currently, the law is 25. That's what we're operating under.
But the
in this
online
city.
version changes 50 to 20, back to 25.
The provisional had 50, and what we did in committee is say, let's stick with current code, because we had some concerns about what it would do with the 900-plus properties that would become legally nonconforming if we changed
I guess I would look at it differently. I would change it to 50 because you maybe know it's the right thing to do.
Okay,
And look where other cities, other communities that have faced the exact same thing, and see how they dealt with the grandfathering and the existing structures and all of that. I'm sure we don't have to reinvent the wheel on that.
I totally know that there are multiple opinions on this topic, and there have been ever since we started talking about this. And we're going to have to talk it through and weigh it out. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Holloman?
Ms. Gleason, I just wanted to encourage, and I looked at your agendas, and I frankly, I wouldn't mind being a member representing your district either for the reports. Some of our community councils go from like 6 to 10 or, northeast. I've seen us go out there after 10 o'clock, get extended till 10:30.
Well, there have been occasions where I've had to go past 9 to fit everything in. That's why this concerns me about this provision without adding my amendment.
Exactly. So, I'll look at that with some seriousness as well, but I would encourage you strongly because, frankly, I want to make sure we don't ever hear the argument that community councils aren't responsive or working with groups as they come try to present. So just caution that to all the community councils. I've been saying that to ours as well because, frankly, I hear this time and again, well, there might have been 10 people or 15 people in the audience. It doesn't matter. There's a representative. I always multiply the number. If there's 15 or 20 people at the council meeting, that to me is the same as about 100 or more. It's multiplier because not everybody has time, just like this meeting, to come down to community council. So I appreciate your inclusion in this, and I think this is something that we could probably look at.
Okay, and thank you. To reiterate, I certainly support the inclusion of that in the code. And thank you again, Chairman Hall.
Mr. Trainee.
Kathy, we just need to work on your community councils a little bit because I'm concerned a lot of community councils don't meet in the summer. And what we find are developers coming in and they want to meet in May, which community councils, a lot of them don't meet. They decide to move it to June, community councils don't meet. They decide they want to move it to July, they're not meeting. So we've got to put something in here to deal with those community councils that don't meet in the summertime.
Yeah, Turnagain does not meet in July, August, June, no, wait a minute, just July. Oh, I wish we had 3 months off. We don't meet in June or July. And in August, excuse me. And in fact, there was something that came up last summer that really provided a difficult circumstance for us. Verizon had applied for a cell tower in July, and there was no way to get that on a council agenda or have the public deal with it. The city approved it, I believe, in August, and just did some due diligence on regard to a few very active people in Turnagain. We got the city to back off of that and at least allow it for our September meeting. So yeah, you're right. That does pose a difficulty, and I don't really have an answer to how we can deal with that.
But with rewrite, we'll look at it. I think Debbie's got some amendments. I think we can work on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ripon Glenn Clary, Mark Spano, Chris Beck.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Assembly people, and thank you for hearing us out tonight. And thank you for working on this project, especially Ms. Osiander. Thank you for all your work and everything on this. My name is Glenn Clary, C-L-A-R-Y. My wife and I have been residents of East Anchorage for 34 years. And I want to thank Mr. Weaver, who has been around since Moses, but thank you and your staff for helping us understand some of this and clarifying many, many issues for us in the church arena and for the pastors in the church in the Anchorage area. There are a few things that I'd like to bring to your attention that are specific to the needs of the churches and the definition and some of the things that the code is doing. I put them in writing for you. So item number 1 is we're defined under community services, under religious assemblies, and under that we have the accessory uses in the middle of this paragraph says that it may include but are not limited to parsonages, meeting rooms, and child care provided for persons while they're attending religious functions. Schools associated with religious assemblies are not accessory uses. We're proposing a change right underneath that in the green that you would include other things that churches do that are part and parcel to that, because if we do not have it in the definition, we're afraid that we're not going to be able to continue to do the things that churches do in the future. And some of those are broadcast ministries, bookstores, in-house bookstores, vehicle service and repairs facilities, like for our bus ministry, and for staff vehicles, lawn and garden sheds that are out on the property, warehouses and storage buildings, community service centers, gymnasiums, food distribution ministries, and sports fields, and even the dome, if a church so desires to build one. And then we would submit a request to you to include our schools as accessory use, because we're using the same classrooms that we use at our church for schools, and most churches do that. The second thing, and then I've got many reasons here that are listed for you to look at, and some questions concerning that definition. If these things are not taken care of, what happens to us? Are we non-compliant? And do we have to live with that? And what do we have to do from there? The second item deals with unlicensed nightclubs as they're defined in the Title 21, the proposed Title 21. It says that they shall be 300 feet or more from a property line of a school or instructional service serving any combination of grade school, kindergarten through 12th grade. What you failed to do is to include in child care facilities, and we suggest that you include child care facilities. There's several throughout the city that if you see in the green, there needs it. So there's a couple other things here, and we'll leave those with you and ask you to read those and consider those as amendments to what you're considering for Title 21 as it deals with churches. And I have one other, but I'm out of time, and I'll put that in writing and send it to you.
Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Chairman, if he would, since he's my constituent, I think I'll extend the same. If he wants to.
I shall, Mr. Trombley.
Share that last one that you wanted, Mr. Clary.
Well, the last one that's in the writing, you have it in hand, so I don't think I need to cover that one. But the other one is in the sign chapter. It's chapter 11, and it's under C4. We recommend a new C4, and that C4 would read the same as that's in the PLI sign under 2111-060E3. And if you go to that one, it says copy which is electronically or mechanically shall not be changed more than one time per 20 seconds. However, if a business or institution has frontage on a street of class, and we want to change that to class 3 or greater, in the official streets and highways plan, the changeable copy may be changed more than one time per 2 seconds. So we're suggesting that. And I'll put that in writing and email it to all of you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
Yeah, that would be helpful because you didn't include anything on the signs in your
That's
handout.
correct. It's not in there.
I haven't had time to read it all, but I did want to clarify the school language. Basically, this language makes it easier on you.
That's correct.
Well, when we say that schools are not an accessory use,
Right.
if schools were an accessory use, you'd have to meet all the standards for schools, but you don't this way. So it's actually better for you.
We have to go through a full public hearing and conditional use process for school. And I met with staff today, and that's what they...
Then I want to talk more about that, because that wasn't my understanding.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
There are no other questions, Mr. Clary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Spano, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment about stream setbacks. During my career in water quality, I was involved with drinking water source protection. I don't pretend to be an expert in stream setbacks, but there are correlations with the concepts and tools in source water protection. I urge you to reject the proposal to decrease stream setbacks to 25 feet. Instead, retain the 50-foot setback from the 2010 Provisional Code. 25 feet is not sufficient to do what stream setbacks are designed to do, principally protect water quality, stabilize stream banks, prevent flooding, protect fish habitat, and allow the stream to meander without damage to adjacent structures. As long as I can remember, local streams have not fully met water quality standards. Larger setbacks do a much better job of keeping pollutants and runoff from entering the creeks. Some here, I'm sure, remember the Campbell Creek Classic fun annual community float back in the 80s that was canceled in part due to the stream not meeting contact recreation water quality standards. I'd like to live in a city where events like that are possible. Fishing for salmon in Ship Creek is not only a popular recreational activity for residents, but is also a big draw for tourists. There's an effort underway to increase fish returns in other local creeks such as Chester Creek. Smaller setbacks are associated with higher peak flows and poor water quality, both of which can harm fish habitat. As moose and bear traverse wildlife corridors through Anchorage, smaller setbacks lead to a higher incidence of potentially dangerous human-animal interactions. The EPA model setback ordinance recommends a 3-zone buffer with 100 foot to the nearest permanent structure. A study of the setback literature indicates that the majority recommend a 100-foot minimum under most circumstances and 50 feet for low-order streams. Cities with recent ordinances chose 50 to 75-foot setbacks. Kansas City recently concluded that bigger setbacks correlated to higher property values in their city, region, and the nation. I'm not suggesting that you go back and revisit the whole thing completely. I urge you to adopt the 50-foot setback, however, than the provisionally approved ordinance, because it's an appropriate compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Chris Beck, Mike McLean, John Blaine, Melissa Willis.
My name is Mike McLean. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I've been in Anchorage the last 13 years. I hadn't planned to testify on this issue because I haven't been involved in a great deal of work that's been put into this ordinance over the past 10 years. But after hearing testimony from the Builders, Operators, and Managers Association, I had to step forward as a professional in this field. I have worked as a land surveyor, a civil engineer, a developer, a real estate broker. I have been the former president of the Anchorage Board of Realtors and on the MLS board. And my clients have ranged from Sears, Home Depot, McDonald's, Safeway, Fred Meyer. In none of my conversations with these folks as they were deciding to come to town was the discussion of zoning ordinance brought up. What was discussed was disposable income, livability of the city, the chance to grow their business. They had us computer modeled down so they could project the profits within 3% of their first year take. These folks are the ones that came in and eviscerated a whole generation of small shop operators, small businesses. We were the ones that gave $20 to the high school graduate, We're the ones that support community services, community activities. We gave the field to national developers, national retail operators, under the guise of improving our city. What we did was allow them to strip all the profit, all the extra money, and take those profits outside our community. They have the ability to build, to create profit with design guidelines. The fact that they are trying to scare you guys off by saying that that's impossible just is not the case. They have the best and brightest engineers, architects, and developers to deal with community regulation. It happens all across the country. I really, as a third-generation Alaskan, it's been so disheartening for me to see the quality of our civic retail, and when you get into housing, it's the same. It's declined. The quality of our life has declined. You go down in the Kenai now, the big boxes are failing, so what do you have? Vacant 80,000 square foot buildings, large parking lots. You see this here with the Northway Mall. You'll see this when Walmart puts in their superstore on the east side and collapses their other ones that they've taken around as they've sucked the lifeblood out of our community. I really think that it takes political will to create a livable city for us normal folks. I used to be able to live in the South Addition, but I had to move because of economic changes in my life. Now I live in an area where there are no sidewalks. No kids at Halloween. They can't walk. When I was downtown, I had hundreds. It just, to me, makes common sense. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
John Blaine, Melissa Willis, John Weddleton.
Mayor Sullivan, Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, and fellow citizens, my name is John Blaine, and I've lived in Turnagain since 1980. I've worked at a number of different jobs, and I've been involved in a number of civic activities since that time. My remarks here are aimed at process rather than specific items. And I must repeat the old saw that in politics, perception is reality. This discussion over Title 21 has to be the longest, the most involving, and about the most unsatisfying of any of those activities I've been a part of. Instead of coming down to the wire with nods around for a good job, well done, we reach what appears to be a finish line coming soon with some rancor on several sides of the issues. There are not two sides here, obviously, although we have a penchant for seeing things in black and white, good or bad, progressive or regressive. But there are several sides and several issues. I'll bet not one of the developers, not one of the members of BOMA is against a more successful city, a city where people know and care about each other. Every one of us in this room feels good when we read a letter to the editor saying thank you to the anonymous person who stops to help someone with a flat tire, or returns a pocketbook filled with credit cards and money. And we all feel a twinge of sadness or guilt when we read about what bad drivers we all are, how we disregard each other's safety in order to save a minute or two on our way to lunch. We all want to be better neighbors, make better neighborhoods, build better cities. We just go about it in different ways. When the process began that led to this hearing tonight, more than a decade ago, it was a process of step-by-step discussion, consideration, compromise, and agreement. The agreement was codified in a way by the provisional approval of the Anchorage Assembly as the process evolved. Years of consideration, discussion, compromise, and finally agreement kept on happening, and each time that nod of approval from the Assembly took place again and again through the provisional approvals. What we wound up with was not perfect. Very little in this world is. But it was the result of hours and weeks and months and years of consideration, discussion, compromise, and agreement. When Mayor Sullivan decided the work of all those people over all those years was not perfect enough, he asked Mr. Coffey to look through all of this effort and make his recommendations. Then the planning and zoning folks made their recommendations. Then the Honorable Assembly member from Eagle River, Debbie Osiander, headed a committee that tried to come up with a melange of all of this, amounting to something like 800 pages. The results of this we have before us. My time is out, but I would like to hope that, since the process has been reset into new terms, and since we have such an enormous document, that you will allow more time for discussion, more time for that consideration, discussion, agreement to come out of the compromise that must be made. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Ms. Blaine, the only exception I take to your remarks was the use of the word agreement. I have to assure you that I don't recall any of these issues reaching near unanimous agreement. We did get majority position. And what happens with political bodies over time is the majority shifts. And even I've found one or two members of this body will cause positions to shift rather dramatically. And I think that partially what we've seen is that happened in this process. It was long enough to go from a fairly liberal mayor to a fairly conservative mayor, and a fairly liberal planning and zoning commission to a fairly conservative planning commission. But we have been through 5 iterations of this document. Each one has differed fairly dramatically. But unfortunately, your comment that perception is reality is frustrating, because I don't think a lot of the perception is accurate based on my experience. But thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Horniman?
Did you, Mr. Blaine, did you summarize adequately? Did you have any other points you wanted to make on your, I saw you reading from a document, was there?
I appreciate the chance to do that, but I think that I really did. And I understand that this is a difficult, long process. I love the comment tonight about beating a dead horse until you realize that it's not going to get up and tow the cart. I love it's been a very interesting evening, by the way, obviously, the skin in the game comment.
I'd like you to go back any Tuesday night to your assembly meeting. Sometimes we have very few people in attendance.
Well, thank you so much. I'll be sure to do that.
Thank you. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Melinda Willis, John Weddleton, Lillian Koenig.
I'm not Melinda. I'm John Weddleton. It's Weddleton. And I want to tell you about something that's been bugging me for 25 years. And I own a small retail store. And for every 300 square feet of retail space, I have to provide a car parking space. And that takes about 400 square feet of asphalt. And if that doesn't sound crazy to you, that we have more parking than we do fun and profitable and valuable retail space, it should. The world would be a better place if that were flip-flopped. Anyone who owns or rents property and wants to make some money off of it should be begging for anything that decreases the amount of space we have to provide for parking. If that's more buses, cheaper taxis, anything that gets people walking instead of driving. But instead of griping about all that payment for parking, we heard last week people complaining about sidewalks, about landscaping, and those are trivial compared to the amount of space that we have to provide for parking. And those are things that will entice people out of their cars. So over time, we won't have to provide so much parking. We heard complaints about the multi-use zoning that has been mostly chopped out of the Title 21. And those kinds of developments decrease driving and lead to more efficient use of the land. And if they're done in ways that enhance neighborhoods, they'll be popping up all over. But if they're done poorly with kind of a cookie-cutter approach, they'll be opposed at every turn. We've heard complaints about takings, when the biggest taking for a property owner is the requirement that we have to provide so much land for parking because our city is designed to be all about getting around in a car. The opening of industrial lands to almost any kind of use continues that way of life. And instead of redeveloping beat-up and vacant areas, we'll be building in the cheaper industrial lands for decades. And I'd ask the assembly members from Muldoon, do you want redevelopment Muldoon, or do you want to wait 30 years while we fill up the space along the C Street corridor? Same thing with all those empty auto dealerships at the east end of downtown. Are those going to stay vacant for decades while we fill up cheap land along the C Street corridor? One of the benefits of the Title 21 rewrite is the decreased parking requirements. And those are based on the premise that we'll be building a city that requires less driving. But if we don't make changes that with the sidewalks and walking to encourage that, then we should get rid of those decreased parking requirements. There are a lot of opportunities in Title 21 to create a town where we can use land more efficiently. Those are more sidewalks, more landscaping, more open space, more trails, moving the dumpsters out of our property lines, put the buildings closer to the streets, bring properly scaled stores into neighborhoods, create the town centers. All of these combine to make walking and biking an easier choice. They decrease the number of times we have to hop in a car. They make our driving distances shorter. And if we do these things, the use of land will be more efficient and more profitable, and Anchorage will be an even better place to live. Say, all of us deserve that Anchorage be more than just an easy place to park our cars. Thank you.
Mr. Harleman?
Mr. Wilton, thanks for your comments, and I'm visualizing as you speak that. I mean, I someday when I think it has to come in infill and redevelopment. I mean, obviously there are several neighborhoods that have already developed beyond, and I don't know how long they'll last, the housing in the area. But, you brought that visual to mind when the downtown business car dealerships that are vacant now. What are they going to be used for? I mean, I think they're fixing up part of the old Step Brothers now for, I think it's the Cooper, Mini Cooper, which I know is a pretty neat little rig. My question to you is, what are the consequences that you think on that industrial land that if we're not careful in making sure we don't, capture that reserved area for industrial? What's the consequences of not reserving adequate industrial land, particularly, I think you said the C Street corridor, but I think it goes on down into Seward Highway, right?
Well, there's a variety of areas, but that C Street corridor has a bunch on either side, King Street and so on, but generally that area, the industrial area of town. At some point we may regret losing a lot of industrial, and it doesn't take, where a Target is on industrial land, and it impacts all of the industrial around it, because at some point you have more traffic and you have people have expectations of less smells and less noise when they're shopping there. So it's not just that piece of land, but it's the land around it that's impacted. Another thing it does is we have a concept that I think is very valid, and that's with the town centers. But if you have very cheap land in the industrial area, that's where the development's going to go. You're going to have stores and restaurants and more Targets built in there, and take us away from this town center concept, which ultimately will I think, make the town much more efficient.
Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Hi, Mr. Welton. A couple of things concern me. Seems to be a common trend between a lot of the testimony is it seems as though we're trying to force people, not out of market demand, but out of zoning requirements, into some sort of public transportation or walking or biking. We're a northern city, and I ride my bike in the summertime. I ride my bike to work, but that's in the summertime. I don't particularly want to ride my bike when it's 15 degrees. Now, some people do, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. You want to ride your bike at 20 below, I don't care. But in your mind, how do you balance the difference between I want to drive when it's 15 below zero. I don't want to bike. I don't want to walk. Between people who want to make the choice to do that and the people who want to make the choice to drive. And to answer the second question I have is, we just got this book from the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, or the AEDC, Alaska or Anchorage, I can't remember. And the existing land use Anchorage Bowl as of 2010, 19% of the existing land in Anchorage is used as park or open space. I think that's a pretty good chunk of land. What percentage of land do you think would be adequate? 20, 25, 50, 5, 1%?
Let's start on your question about the cars.
Mm-hmm.
I've read virtually every one of the 5 drafts of Title 21, and I have not seen a single word there that does anything to make anyone not drive a car. The only change
you said that when you minimize parking spaces, you minimize the ability for an individual to get there in a vehicle, so it pushes them onto public transportation or some other sort of transportation. That is what you said.
No, that's not what I said. You misunderstood, and there's nothing in Title 21 that forces anyone out of our cars. We all rely on them. What it does is over time, as we make it possible for people to walk and bike pleasantly and to make shorter trips, then we won't need as much parking over time, and we will honestly be able to decrease the parking requirements. And instead of using that land for parking, we can use it for buildings or other uses, perhaps parks. But there's nothing in Title 21 that forces anyone out of our cars. As far as the percent of land, I don't know what percents we have. If you include Chugach State Park, it's a whopper. What's enough parks? It'd be an incredible day if we could take every single street and turn it into a park. That's not how our society works now, but wouldn't that be nice?
No, because then, like I said, no one would be able to drive their car, which you just said that there's nothing that would prevent that. So if you turned it into a park, no one would drive their car because there'd be no roads. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
You piqued my interest with two thoughts as town center and industrial land. What would you call what's happened sort of organically around Abbott? The Fred Meyers, you have medical clinics, you have low-income, high-income housing. Is that starting to make itself into a town center?
Well, that is designated as a town center in the comprehensive plan, and I think it's working very well. It's not the pretty little quaint thing that some might envision, but you can go there and have, in very short distance, virtually any kind of shopping you want to have. When I was on the Planning Commission, we had some rezones that were in the perimeter of it for relatively dense housing, and that was specifically because they knew it was a town center and it was developing that way, so you could walk to the services. I think the Lumen Designs project there with the mixed housing. There's on the corner of Lake Otis and O'Malley. Was a rezone there for higher density housing. So it is functioning very much over time. It'll be a great town center.
And did you know a lot of that land was industrial land?
No, I understand that. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just sort of
Right.
You know, and even though it was somewhat designated as a town center, don't you think some of it also just kind of grew organically? There was a market there. It was on the south side of town. There was some needs for stores.
Well, sure. I think in writing the comprehensive plan, locations for town centers were chosen that were already showed that potential or already some, existing town feature or town center features.
This is a time where industrial land, and we do have a lot of industrial land in South Anchorage that is interspersed. We have some that are right in residential areas, and we do need to work on it with the land use plan map. But I just wanted to bring that up, that some of the industrial land designation maybe isn't appropriate.
Right, I understand that, but the bulk of it in that corridor is something worth protecting.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Lillian Koenig, Lois Epstein, Dick Tremaine. Alden Warachek, Rick Sinnott, Sharon Cisna.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor, my name is Dick Tremaine. I live in South Anchorage. I've had the pleasure of working on the zoning changes to Title 21. Well, I started in '99 when I got on the Assembly and worked with Mr. Trainee and Ms. Osiander for the years that I was there. Zoning is a way of living together with each other. It's a way of erecting a community that people want to live in, and it's certainly a matter of trade-offs and a matter of infringing on people's liberties by its very nature. And since we all agree we have to have it, we're just quibbling over what parts and how we infringe. That's all. I would recommend that you take the provisionally adopted ones that had extensive public comment and acknowledge that there'll be changes needed. Now, on the off chance that you don't do that, I recommend that that be the first vote you take. And if that doesn't work, then I think that this assembly owes it to the public and owes it to itself and to the community, both now and future generations, to diligently go through section by section and make sure that you know what's there and what the impacts are going to be. Some members, as Ms. Osiander, understand this very well and has put a tremendous amount of effort in, and it shows. I like the color coding. I like a lot of what I see. And there's a lot, as anyone here will find some umbrance with certain parts of it. But I don't believe all of you are that well acquainted with it. And everyone on this committee, on this panel, on this assembly is there to represent the people and to do a good job, and you all want to, and you're going to have to take your time. This isn't going to be fast. And I think what scared many people in the audience, I know what scared me, was the impression that this was going to be a slam dunk. That was the impression 3 weeks ago. I don't know if it was real, it doesn't matter. It's what I understood. And that's frightening and disrespectful and uncalled for, and it was a mistake. But that's what people thought, and that's what got people's ire up. And I've been where you all are, and I know you're going to be thoughtful when you go through it. I don't know. I don't envy you the task, and yet I very much would love to sit there and make arguments on a case-by-case basis, because you guys are in the position where there's no wishing. It's either make it happen or don't. Anchorage is the 49th state in Bloomberg's 49th city. We beat Los Angeles. We lost to Omaha. We did it because we have a good economy, because we have breweries, and because you can buy things at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm happy that beer makes us far up there.
It's just the fact of Bloomberg's article.
There are no questions. Thank you.
Alden Warchak, Rick Sennett, Sharon Cisna.
Hi, Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, Honorable Mayor and staff. My name is Alden Warachek, W-O-R-A-C-H-E-K. I've lived in Anchorage for about 28 years of the last 31. Not intimately familiar with Title 21 and the iterations that we've gone through, so I'll keep my comments limited to generalities. I'm speaking both as an individual and also as an invested equity member in a limited liability company equivalent to a shareholder or partner that's developing a multifamily residential planned unit development on property in the lower hillside. First, I'd like to speak from the development perspective. From a development standpoint, our conditional use permit application had to conform, as I understand it, to the provisionally adopted Title 21 development standards. I don't think we found any major obstacles and we developed according to those standards because we believe in those standards and would like to see our city move in a direction, in that direction. So. I would like to add that the municipal planning staff was extremely helpful, and our experience with them was really outstanding. Unlike most developers or developments, members of this limited liability company intend to live in the development, so we're self-motivated to be concerned with things like sidewalks, quality town centers, setbacks, height restrictions, and mixed-use developments. Now, while it wasn't a top reason we purchased the property we're trying to develop, but being near a town center, in this case Lake Otis and Abbott, was definitely on our list. Long term, we want to see that town center improved, made more walkable, incorporate some residential into the commercial development that exists there now. Personally, I think there's room for residential development in that town center. Our property affords us outstanding southern exposure. That solar access is well protected long term, we believe. But speaking for others, protecting solar access, I believe, is important. I believe that the number of solar installations, both thermal and photovoltaic, will increase steadily over the years and in the decades ahead. Now, personally, as John Q. citizen, I'd like to say that I'm an avid paddler, and I am very concerned about the 25-foot setback, the reduction to a 25-foot setback. I understand that a lot of structures are already well within that 25 feet. I like having a meal at the Peanut Farm overlooking Campbell Creek as much as the next person, but I can tell when I'm on the water. I paddle Campbell Creek quite a bit in the summertime. Waterways are already under a lot of stress and concerns of degradation. I definitely support mixed use. Fire Island Bakeries and the new development going in on West Northern Lights are great examples of that, I believe. And speaking of AEDC, I'd like to say that if Mr. Pop says, and the AEDC say that they want Anchorage to be the best city to live, work, and play in by, I think it's 2025, I think the way we get there is by adopting the provisionally adopted Title 21. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks very much for your efforts.
Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate you coming down. The development that you're building, is it through HUD or is it through Cook Inlet Housing, or is it on?
No, we are known as Ravens Roost Co-Housing LLC. So
but is it through HUD?
It is not. It's there's no government money involved.
Okay.
We're privately funded. We are homeowners in putting our money where our values are.
Awesome. I like to hear that. The other question I have for you is, have you guys done an analysis as far as the provisionally adopted Title 21 versus what we have in front of us as far as your balance sheet? How does that make it work? Has that made you adjust your rents up, down?
I would say
your selling prices.
I would say as a type of developer, no, we have not.
Okay.
And we simply did not find anything in the current zoning. I believe we asked for one variance, and that was the
variances from the provisionally adopted?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Osiander.
Caught my interest when you said you were a paddler. How much undeveloped land is within 50 feet of? I mean, creekside land is in Anchorage. Do you think?
Undeveloped?
Excuse me. If we change this to 50, current law is 25, change it to 50, it would affect properties that are not developed yet, right?
Primarily, I would imagine, yes.
Yeah. So how much do you think is left? You apparently paddle the creeks a lot.
Probably not much.
That's what, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions.
Thank you very much.
Lillian Koenig, Lois Epstein, Rick Sinnott, Sharon Sista.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long night for you all. Thank you very much to the Assembly and municipal staff and to the Mayor for this opportunity to testify on Title 21. My name is Lois Epstein, and I am a licensed engineer in Alaska. I also live in and own a duplex in South Addition, and I walk to work downtown on a regular basis. Additionally, I serve on the AMATS Technical Advisory Committee. However, these comments are my own. I moved to Anchorage in 2001. When I decided to buy a house in 2004, I only looked at neighborhoods where I could walk to work. I was willing to pay a higher price for a house in a neighborhood with sidewalks, trail access, and the ability to walk to a supermarket. I value clean water, which requires an appropriate setback to be preserved, walkability, mixed-use development, access to public transportation, and open space preservation. My duplex allowed me to afford a home in a close-in area, so I also support higher density development. I believe my values reflect those of many younger people moving to Anchorage who do not desire car-centered development and who have many non-car ways to interact these days. Consider the following data. According to the National Household Travel Survey, from 2001 to 2009, the annual number of vehicle miles traveled by young people, 16 to 34-year-olds, and I'm above that clearly, decreased from 10,300 miles to 7,900 miles per capita, a drop of 23%. In 2009, 16 to 34-year-olds as a whole took 24% more bike trips and 16% more walking trips than they took in 2001, despite the age group actually shrinking in size by 2%. From 2001 to 2009, the number of passenger miles traveled by 16 to 34-year-olds on public transportation increased by 40% per capita. And last, according to the Federal Highway Administration, from 2000 to 2010, the share of 14 to 34-year-olds without a driver's license increased from 21% to 26%. So clearly, if we're looking to the future, things are changing, and we ought to be considering that in developing our standards in Title 21. So given this information and also my personal views, I support the strongest possible provisions in Title 21 that are approved by the public at large in Anchorage. These provisions have been weakened since 2010 in certain areas and at great expense and time lost, and I find that unacceptable. Please support and approve the provisionally adopted version of Title 21 and complete this important process as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
Ms. Epstein, do you think that there are people who would prefer to live in large lot, rural neighborhoods where they can keep dogs and horses?
There are some, but I also understand, as someone who lives downtown, that that colleagues know people who are moving to places like Airport Heights because they can't afford downtown, but they want an area that is walkable, close to the trail system, etc. So, what we're asking for is lots of options, but some options appear to be more desirable to the population at large in terms of making a city that offers the full range of options.
One last question. Why do you think so many people move to Wasilla? Why do you think the Mat-Su borough is growing faster than Anchorage?
Growing faster is not that significant when you think they have a smaller base to start with. So it is a faster rate of growth, but we have a much larger population. Basically, Wasilla and Palmer represent only about 10% of the Anchorage workforce, so it's not a large percentage.
Mr. Hahnemann?
Yeah, Ms. Epstein, did you say you were an architect?
No, an engineer.
Engineer, okay. I wasn't sure if a question we had an architect speak in one of our previous meetings, and I was curious to see your. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There appears to be no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought someone was coming up. Rick Sinnott, Sharon Cisna, Cooper Carr Anada.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Rick Sinnott. I've lived in Anchorage for over 30 years. I'm a wildlife biologist, but I'm not afraid to speak in parables. Anchorage 2020 was a conceptual plan for living in harmony with each other and our environment. What if instead of Title 21, a group of community planners and residents had submitted a simple list of rules for living together, and the list turned out to be the 10 Commandments? But before the mayor submitted the list to the Assembly, he convened a group of advisors from a limited set of special interests. What if real estate agents thought number 10 was too restrictive? After all, coveting your neighbor's house increases property values. What if the chief of police told the mayor his officers might need to kill someone sometime, so number 6 was deleted? What if the mayor's only liberal friend told him he needed to delete number 1 because atheists didn't believe in the Almighty anyway, so they might as well be allowed to take his name in vain? After a year of meddling, even the 10 Commandments would look very different, and they wouldn't work as originally envisioned. My point is that Title 21 is for the people. It's not meant to satisfy the needs of developers and real estate agents. Their primary goal is to make a profit, and there's nothing wrong with that. But as a public body, you need to maintain the things that make this city special and improve the things that need fixing for everybody's sake. I'd like to specifically address stream setbacks and wildlife corridors. You've all heard why setbacks are important for flood control, water quality, etc. Nationally, distances are typically 100 to 300 feet. A 50-foot stream setback is not enough, but it's a lot better than 25 feet. The Muni's Planning Department addressed technical concerns with implementing the 50-foot setback and concluded that potential impacts on homeowners were minimal and nonconformities could be addressed. And the Anchorage Watershed and Natural Resources Commission agreed, resolving a year ago, to support the 50-foot setbacks. Title 21 should have 50-foot setbacks throughout the Muni, with 100-foot setbacks in critical areas. And wildlife corridors are not just for wildlife. They're important for public safety. Because Anchorage is located in Alaska, and we have a 700-square-mile state park within the city limits, moose and bears will always be found in and around the city. Moose and bears use stream corridors as movement corridors. Without them, more moose and bears would be found in subdivisions. How close do you want your back deck to be from a moose or a bear that's rambling down a stream? I think it'd be wise to give wild animals a little more space. About 10 years ago, when I worked for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, we convened a committee of bear experts, enforcement officers, and land managers from the city, state, and federal agencies that recommended ways to avoid conflicts with bears in the city, including better garbage control. All of these recommendations were removed from, well, either didn't make it or removed from earlier drafts of Title 21. So in conclusion, I recommend wider setbacks and a Title 21 that looks a lot more like the one provisionally adopted in 2010. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Rick, you look good in retirement. I'm assuming you're still fully retired, or did you goof that up and go back to work somewhere?
I'm retired and I highly recommend it.
Very good. Well, I appreciate your comments in the issue, and you know, you bring up something that's probably not talked about enough when we're talking about stream setbacks, particularly the salmon running streams, and that's, you're right, around the bears and such. I mean, didn't take much recollection. A couple of times a year we get some encounters that way, so I can shudder to think that we're in neighborhoods that aren't developed yet. You know, that we already have some places. I mean, we've been talking about that all along. In some places, it's too late. There's already structures that are there pretty close as it is. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Holman, for pointing that out. And I would like to mention, too, that at some point in the future, very likely, J-bear will go away or become substantially reduced. That's happened all across the United States for many years. And there's already an agreement to develop much of that land, at least on the south part of the base, or the north part, I guess, as well. So there are plenty of areas that are undeveloped now and that would have houses possibly built within 25 feet in the future. And we need to, I think, preserve the values we have right now.
Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Sen, I know more than probably anybody around, you know how controversial anything relating to wildlife management can be in this town. But I do want to assure you that not all of your recommendations went away, though I think you will think they're substantially watered down. There's still wildlife corridors here, and there's some specific language regarding dumpsters and recognition of checking in with the state on when they can be there. So we didn't throw it all out, but boy, can it get hot when you get on that topic.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Osiander, and I plan to look at this more closely and submit some more detailed comments on it.
Mr. Trombley.
Right here, Mr. Senate. Your position as a wildlife biologist, and you may not be the right person to ask this question to, I know, so hopefully it doesn't come across wrong, but does the state usually speak as far as laws or regulations as far as setbacks for residential areas? I know someone mentioned earlier about logging, but is there a state regulation or law that says they have to be back a certain distance? Do you happen to know that?
Well, there certainly is, Mr. Trombley, for logging, as the lady here earlier pointed out. I don't think the state typically steps on the city's toes. When a municipality has the authority to set their own setbacks, the state regulations don't apply.
They don't require anything for residential?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Stitchna, Cooper Carr Nada, Jerry Ann Lowther, Bob French.
Well,
We're just giving heads up to those following you.
Good. Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair and Assembly people. My name is Sharon Cisna, and I am a resident of Anchorage. Have been on and off for since actually 1967. So I go back a ways. The last decade and a half, I have sort of given me a much different view of exactly what your roles are, and being a public servant means that the people that public service requires, we're looking at the people who vote. We look at the people who are paying taxes. We're really listening to our communities in terms of all of the different factors that make it a good place to live. And I got to, on this subject, be a part of the process that was gone through, it seems like more than a decade ago, actually. But I was able to go through the fall, I think it was, of being in a work group that was meeting regularly and having a huge number of different professions, different kinds of backgrounds, where people were talking about what they wanted for Anchorage and what kind of place we wanted to come from, how we wanted to build our community. And it was really crazy how very different we were from each other, and yet we did share in terms of the general view of what the community needed to be like. I had, first of all, when I came to Anchorage, lived in a number of places throughout town. But then in 1979, purchased a home in Airport Heights. And so in terms of the blocks around me, I am the original person. There are not immediately around me anyone that was there longer than me. At the very same time, I've gotten to know through the years the people who were there when the community was built, and some of them still are. Those people, some of those people have been here tonight. They were here before. And those people have been paying taxes all of this time. They've been investing in the community, and when they come to this meeting, they're coming here sometimes giving up their job time. They're paying to come here. This is not something that they do really for personal benefit as much as they do for the big picture, for the community. I want, more than anything else, what I know my neighbors want, and that is that as soon as possible, yet with some time, to make positive that we do amendments that are needed, that this ordinance is passed with amendments, making sure that we're going back to those things that need to be looked at, and that we do make positive that even ground that the professionals that make money off of the changes, that they have an opportunity to have that, but making positive, we're listening to the people who are demanding a good and healthy Anchorage.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Representative Stissner, thanks for your years of service to the community and the state on behalf of your constituents and, of course, the greater good of the state. So you participated, it sounds like, in the comprehensive plan, the 2020? Okay, good.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I go back to, and you may have a few moments of time now since you didn't get June of this year. If you can get a copy of that disc that they talked about to look through the changes and provide some of the input and help provide some guidance to some of the neighbors to work through that. I think it's super important to get comments. And I agree with you. Grandview Gardens, some parts of it, Airport Heights, and as you work your way over to Fairview and into South Addition, a lot of sidewalks, a lot of alley access, and we just don't have that anymore, hardly. And so, anyway, I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Really do appreciate it.
Mr. Trainee.
Sharon, you live in a great neighborhood. I like going through there. I like the sidewalks, the alleys. I wish more of our town had what you've got.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Okay.
Cooper Carr Anada, Jerry Ann Lowther, Bob French, Sid Atwood,
Thank you, Chairman Hall and Anchorage Assembly. I'm Jerry Ann Lowther. That's Lowther. I have lived in Chugach Foothills since before unification, back to 75, and I have watched many of the neighborhoods in Scenic Foothills built during the time I was there, and I've seen some of the results of that building. I am right in the corner of the city where I would want to be. I'm right out there with the moose and the bears, and I like it very much. I've often walked and skied to Campbell Creek and all around the area. And I am fortunate in that the sun will be over my neighbor's roof all afternoon in 3 more weeks. I have curbs and gutters. I'm thrilled to have them. Of storm drains, my street drains. I don't have any sidewalks. I do have a trail that is deteriorating somewhat, and I pretty much gave up bicycle riding when they chip sealed the street and it became so hard to do it. I'm becoming very much aware of how important it is to be walkable, and especially for the youngsters. For years they have piled the snow in the trail that the kids were supposed to be able to use to get to school. The buses take the kids to school. Now they're plowing the trail, which has deteriorated somewhat and is rather hard to deal with. And last winter, every time I tried to back out of my driveway, I took my life in my hands, honked my horn, and hoped I wouldn't get killed backing out on the corner of a collector street. In the time I've been there, I have watched neighborhoods built around me with far fewer amenities than I have. To the north, there is a neighborhood with deteriorating streets, with no drainage, which is why the streets are deteriorating. And we have spent hours and years in community council trying to do something about these areas that were not built right in the first place. So when we build things on the cheap, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road. Somebody's going to pay for them. It's going to cause a lot of effort, a lot of time, and somebody else's money to fix the problems. It also causes neighborhood problems. I'm across Muldoon Road from Scenic View Subdivision. I'm sure you've heard about Scenic View Subdivision a few times. It was built in wetlands. It was built with all kinds of problems. The developer went bankrupt. The bank doesn't want to deal with it. The city doesn't want to deal with it. The Corps of Engineers doesn't deal with it. The neighbors are at each other's throats. It all makes a big difference on how we live. And I would rather see us spend the money up front and get things done right the first time than be forever trying to pick up the pieces.
Thank you. Mr. Harneman?
Grant, thanks for coming out. I know you've put a lot of time in the community, and particularly in the area of landscaping and vegetation. So with that, were you able to make all your points that you were bringing up earlier?
Well, most of it here, of course, the stream setbacks are important. Rick Sennott just said it far better than I can. I don't need to deal with the specifics of it, but I certainly would like to speak on that. And we have worked for parks all the way across the whole area, including the Muldoon Town Square Park. I try to do publicity for all of you with things like Title 21 by putting it on ilovemuldoon.com, and hope a few people will find it there, and do find the links to all of the sections of it. So basically, I'm here to say, please keep in mind what it's going to cost down the line.
Gary, is there a way you can link from the assembly page? Can you link that? I don't know, is that a way that...
Oh, it's already done.
Thank you. The rewrite.
ilovemuldoon.com blog.
Thank you.
Sid Atwood, Megan Polson, Carolyn Ramsey,
My name's Bob French. I was on the earlier list there. Thank you. That's F-R-E-N-C-H. I think I would like to encourage you to adopt the provisionally adopted Title 21 that was from 2010 with some necessary adjustments to it. I think really when I came to Anchorage 30 years ago, what made me stay was really the quality of life. We had good schools, we had good public schools, we have lots of parks, we had bike trails, there were ski trails, there were all sorts of things that made Anchorage a good, livable place to live. I've raised a daughter who's now off in college. I think she got a very good education from the Anchorage Public Schools. And I think really what I have seen happen recently is things changing towards really looking for short-term profits rather than looking at the long-term, what is good for the city. And really, I think that, going back to having livable cities is really very important. I think I also recognize as a business owner and one who's trying to redevelop a very small commercial lot that's surrounded by residential lots, that there could be some real challenges to it. With the older code, we were able to, on a 75 by 120 foot business lot, we were only able to put up like an 8-foot by 35-foot double long espresso stand because of all the setback and landscaping requirements and parking requirements. So I think one of the things that really needs to happen in some of the provisions of this, I'd like to encourage you to have some flexibility in the code to be able to handle some of the different things like happens in downtown, in Government Hill, in South Addition, in Airport Heights, where you've got very small commercial lots that are surrounded by residential. There needs to be some flexibility in how the code is enforced. So I would also like to encourage that you keep the 50-foot setback from any streams. So anyway, I'll go ahead and take any questions that folks might have.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you very much.
Sid Atwood, Megan Paulson, Carolyn Ramsey.
Hi, my name is Sid Atwood.
Sid, go ahead and pull that mic down a little bit so you're there.
About
Thank
my
you.
height. And thank you, Chairman and the Assembly and Mayor. I really wanted to talk about the setback mainly, but someone, a couple of speakers back just reminded me of a project talking about building it right the first time. And a real good example of that was what happened with the Alexander Street repair, which was not a repair, it was a reconstruction, and it took over $2 million because of the way it was originally done. There was the drainage problems that went into people's sub-basements, and it really was a terrible situation for the people that were living there. But anyway, what I wanted to say about the stream setback, which is the other subject, and I agree that there are problems because of existing properties now. But we had, and we're having a few things that happen here in the 100-year episodes that happened a little bit more often, like the blow of wind that we had when the leaves were still on the trees and the trees came down. And behind the senior center, where I get involved, because of my experience, I've been on the facilities and engineering committee there. Out behind there, a tree was down across, and when it froze and then flooded, I got to see a new 3-foot waterfall, and that came out across the flat. And I see this, it can happen, and it makes the stream a little bit wider often. And of course, that picks up anything that people have in their yards, and we do have, and I have to agree that we have a beautiful city. I thank the park department for the chance to build the trail that we have behind the senior center, so that the seniors can get a chance to get down there. Those old people. I don't know what I want to be if I ever grow up, but Thank you very much for all the work, and I really want to say that it's a tough job that you guys got. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Megan Polson, Carolyn Ramsey, Mike Menke, or Mincy, Jane Anvik, Mike Mintz.
Hello, Mayor Sullivan, Chairman Hall, and distinguished members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I own a home in Airport Heights, and I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1974. I'm here because of my concern for the future of Anchorage. I've brought with me tonight a document of record published in 1972. It's the Environmental Atlas for Anchorage. Anchorage consists of about 40% of wetlands. As we continue to reclaim these wetlands, we're giving the water less place to go. Consider a visual, if you will. Pour water over a sponge. Most of it stays in the sponge. Put a concrete slab over that sponge. Where's that water going to go? It becomes runoff, which eventually finds its way to our streams, but only after stopping by our homes and our businesses on the way. A good example of this is Eagle Glen East Subdivision in Eagle River. In order to fix the drainage problem, we're now looking at a total project cost of approximately $4.95 million. Or how about the flooding of the homes on the west side of Old Eagle River Road that started after the construction of Hidden Hills subdivision above them? This cost one homeowner $20,000 in repair and another $8,000 just trying to keep the water out. This doesn't include the cost of the municipality to widen the road or add curbs and gutters. Please do not allow the residential lot coverage to over 40% or even 40%. That's too much. We don't have a place for the water to go anymore. Developers say they can't afford to develop to the new design standards, including native landscaping to capture the runoff. It's my opinion that we as taxpayers cannot afford to keep cleaning up after them. I would rather see my tax dollars go to fund our libraries or turn back on our heated sidewalks that we were promised downtown. I digress. Excuse me. As the runoff makes its way to our streams, we're seeing an increase in flooding incidents. As per our environmental atlas from back in 1972, it was recommended to not build in the floodplain. Looking at the map, this would require setbacks anywhere from 600 feet to 5,000 feet. On the grand scale of things, 50 feet doesn't really look that bad. As for how to implement this, grandfather rights should be considered for existing structures. But if a home is destroyed or a substantial improvement must be made because of flooding, fire, or other natural disasters, we should consider Chapter 21.6003 of the Municipal Floodplain Regulations. Planning and zoning would need to evaluate each case for lot size, vegetation, utility easements, etc. This situation is not going to get any better on its own, and kicking the can down the road will only make things more difficult and more expensive in the future. As problematic as it may seem, we really do need to address this now instead of later. Just think, if we had stopped to consider this 40 years ago when it was suggested, we wouldn't be here now with at least a stream setback problem. So let's take care of it now. We need a public work session and more time to work on this issue, along with the many other issues that are just beginning to be uncovered. 800 pages is a lot of code to read alone and to try and decipher in just a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Okay. Thank you.
Megan Paulson, Mike Mentz, Jane Anvik, Dagmar Phillips.
Quick. First of all, I hope the other four have an awfully good excuse for not going through this. I will thank you for your efforts, but I will not thank the other four. They're on the phone? Well, okay. We haven't heard a question from them, but that's fine. My name is Mike Menz. I've practiced architecture in Anchorage since 1976. I was a very active member of the 2020 Comp Plan rewrite effort. I've also served on various boards and commissions, including UDC and HAND. question I had earlier, Ms. Osiander, was why did you feel the need, and it's also for the mayor, why did you feel the need to go back and redo what the public had already done? I guess I got the answer in that you said times have changed. But in terms of the public, we haven't seen that, and you haven't seen that, and I hope you will acknowledge. The testimony has not reflected that change. I think the extra cost, Mr. Trombley, we all pay them in the end. This whole idea that it doesn't pencil out, those extra costs are public costs that we end up paying. What we're trying to do is make sure that the developers pay for their entire project, that you and I don't have to pay for half of it or a third of it or a fourth of it. I imagine this is a very difficult task, very complex with many equally valid competing visions for the future of our community. I have significant discomfort with all of the options before you, but I don't think this is the time to debate the details. Even if you tried to fine-tune every detail to your mutual satisfaction, you're going to miss things, lots of things. My strongest hope is that you will indeed pass a complete Title 21, mostly based on the provisionally approved version. It will, of course, continue to evolve in a piecemeal way, as things always do. I also want to say that the stream setback issue, I've been practicing here for 35 years. I think I've done 100, and help me with the term, somebody, certification of existing nonconformity. That is the absolute easiest thing you can do with the city. And if that's the only reason, that's just not a reason. It's a piece of cake. Ma'am, I've done it. It is not an issue. $150, I think. My second most important wish is that, holy mackerel, I really blew it here.
It goes fast. Mr. Horniman?
Did you have a real short synopsis to that summary?
Well, I want to, yes, the answer is, of course, yes, like everyone else. The most important thing I want you to do is to pass something that you're willing to enforce. If this city had enforced Title 21 from the beginning, whatever it was, we would have a very different city. And one of the ways I hope that you will make that happen is by making it clear to your ombudsman that when citizens point out that the zoning code is not being enforced, that you guys care about that and that you make it happen. I think I'll stop.
Thank you. There are no questions. We appreciate it.
Jane Anvick, Dagmar Phillips, Tyler Robinson.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jane Angvik. It's A-N-G-V as in Victor, I-K. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, Debbie, for your leadership for a decade on this question. Thank you to the staff. If somebody says, we don't all know, they've been at the table for a very, very long time on this, and I appreciate that. I have two brief comments. It has to do with process. I believe that the hearing last week and the hearing this evening suggests that there's some confusion about what's in and what's out in terms of the question you have before you. And that the confusion that's been expressed by the public is a reflection of a little bit of the process. And an earlier speaker mentioned that he thought that there seemed like there had been a rush, that there was going to be an up and down decision in 3 weeks and people were not prepared for a 700-page document. And so I say to you that there's a question of trust that you have the privilege to address. And that is the process. So I know that you want to achieve and complete this by April 2nd when the election occurs. But I think it is really important that there be some public education about what's in and what's out. And I understand the color-coded 700-page document, and I've looked at it on the website. But I do think there's no question that one thing will happen. We've had 10 years, 4 mayors, and over 25 different assembly members with hands on this elephant over time. But right now, you will make the decision. And what the public needs to know is what choices you are making and what the consequences of those choices are making. So my request is that when you do make the decision, 50 feet, 25 feet, sky, light, shadows, sunshine, walkability. When you make those decisions, you make them here, you make those choices known. The consequence of this is that, X, Y, and this is why. That people really need to know what's in and what's out and why you make the decisions you make. The public is confused, and you have the opportunity to restore the trust in this process by making those decisions and the consequences of those decisions very public. On 2 other issues, one is, when I was there, I got to work on zoning the hillside and zoning Eagle River. People loved it. They just loved it. They loved it.
Your 2 issues, bring them forward if you would, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're in the same situation. It's trust. It's time for a conversation. But the one thing a couple things have changed. The population has grown, and we are no longer talking about what will become in terms of the zoning. We're talking about the redevelopment of the community, and you have a different toolkit to address those questions. And those are the issues that you've heard about. The values that the people have expressed have been pretty consistent. And so I think you know some of what they're concerned about. You just have to make the decision in public. And so issues, I think provisionally approved is a good place to start. But even if you choose something else, you have to tell people why you make the decision you make. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Dagmar Phillips, Tyler Robinson, Nancy Pease.
Good evening. My name is Dagmar Phillips, Phillips. I call Anchorage my home for 33 years, and I love it here. I live in South Addition. What is there not to love? I can walk. I can bike. When I was a teacher in the school district, I could go by foot to West High School. I had it made. But I realize that there is a whole city who has not the same opportunities I have. People in the hillside, I have friends who say at the moment they're stuck there, they can't walk, they can only use the car. Title 21 has addressed some of these issues, but this is not what I want to talk about. First of all, I want to state that I support the original version of Title 21, the chapters you have accepted as an assembly. Okay? And I would like to see them reinstated. But I want to talk about something else. Last week, when I was here, and this week, it came loud and clearly through from the public that the trust issue is a real issue. What just was said. Debbie Osiander expressed surprise that there are those who consider Title 21 process being pursued by this assembly to be corrupt. Well, if we expect our city government to be run by a mayor and his friends to ignore 10 years of citizen input and work, and instead to work in collusion with one special interest in the community who purport to speak for the best interests of all citizens, but who in fact speak for their own special interest alone, their bottom line, then there's no corruption. But if we expect our city government to involve the full spectrum of interest in our community in a fair and open process that allows all those interests to be fully represented and engaged, then of course it is corrupt. It is not rocket science, but it is a science of democracy. What is democratic about a process in which meetings are held on Thursday morning between 9 and noon, when most people, I as a teacher could never attend, are working? So I ask that you postpone public hearing in the revision of Title 21 until ordinary citizens have had an opportunity to study it and formulate informed responses. By rushing the revision through the Assembly, you compound an offense that you already...
Ma'am?
Yes?
I need you to be finished. You've already testified.
You let everyone else speak?
Oh, it's different? My apology.
Okay.
But you are at the end of your time.
By rushing the revision through the Assembly, you compound an offense that you already have offered to the citizens of Anchorage. The offense of disregarding their 10 years of work on this process and handing the revisions over to a mayoral assistant who worked with one special interest, builders, who purport to speak for the best interest of the community, all by themselves, but who cannot know the interests of those who they are not. You can avoid the compounding of this offense by providing time to review the original chapters which have been accepted and then introduce your amendment one by one and have a meeting with a public process so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tyler Robinson, Kaylin Saxton, Ted Pease.
Good evening, Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, and staff. My name is Tyler Robinson. I'm here to testify on behalf of Cook Inlet Housing Authority. I'd like to first thank staff and the administration over the last couple years for soliciting feedback from Cook Inlet Housing as it relates to developments that we've had experience in, infill development, mixed-use development in town. We engaged our design teams and provided feedback that we certainly hope has helped lead to a better product. And in the words of staff, avoid some unintended consequences as well. I have two general areas of comments. The first has to do with developments that we have in progress, and the second is with the difficulty of applying some of these standards in infill areas on what are already sites that have significant constraints. On sites in progress, we have an approved site plan in downtown Eagle River that preceded the Eagle River Overlay District and certainly Title 21. Roads and utilities are installed, ready to receive development. This summer we'll break ground on some of our units, but others will come after December 1st. What applies in those instances? What if what was originally planned as approved as part of the master plan does not work exactly? And what is the guiding zoning if it conflicts? The Eagle River Overlay District, Chapter 10, or the design standards in Chapter 7. In particular, there's a standard that doesn't allow multifamily unless it receives access on a collector. Well, our lots are internally accessed on a private road. Am I going to have to explain that at the permit counter? Do I have a development? We have numerous lots in Mountain View with a variety of designs of infill housing on those lots. We purchase lots and have 35% and in some cases 65% designs, hundreds of thousands of dollars invested. However, the earliest we may have a completely financed project is in December, if not for another year beyond that. Our investments as an organization in affordable housing are at risk if we're not granted some leniency or recognition on what has been invested thus far. We agree with the purpose statements in the residential design standards, creating distinctive neighborhoods, providing visual interest in design of buildings, enhancing streetscape, improving quality of life, and providing flexible standards. We believe we take those seriously when we engage in our developments. And when you take those along with the goals of housing affordability and choice, we are all in alignment. We believe in those things because creating good places, as well as feasible and sustainable developments, is important to our mission and our business plan as an organization, but most importantly, to our community. However, when one wades through the already difficult process of permitting, a process that not only involves zoning that we're talking about here, but traffic and private development and fire, we find that small and mid-sized townhouse or multifamily projects are the most difficult to get approved. Ask any municipal staff member if that's the case. And on top of these existing constraints, we add design standards that, while we have choices, still do not always recognize the difference between a 10-acre green field and a 6,000 square foot R3 lot, or whether a street is gridded or curvilinear, alleys are not, flat or sloping, or whether the views of the mountains face away from the street. Again, we agree with the purpose, we agree with the intent. However, if we're serious about housing, especially infill housing, we need flexibility to deal with our already nearly insurmountable constraints. And we need to sit down with everybody and figure out how to talk about those standards, how to talk about the costs, how to talk about who pays, in particular in the private realm, and basically how to talk about achieving our community goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaylin Saxon, Ted Pease, Tyler Loken.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kaylin Saxton, K-A-L-E-N-S-A-X-T-O-N. I lived in Anchorage 50 years. I've lived in a number of neighborhoods. I'm expecting at least one more move where I hopefully will age in place. I look forward to the Assembly's vote on Title 21. My experiences with this process started with the 2020 excitement, then the hard work of chapter by chapter revising the outdated, patched together Title 21, where one section refers to another who's been eliminated, and all the time that it took to sort through that. I didn't really dive in until there were some proposed changes that affected child care. I'm an early childhood educator, and that's my area of interest. There were some proposals that, some regulations that would affect child care businesses as any other business, and one was the required parking in the back, which wouldn't work when you're delivering children to a center that's set up to receive children at the front door. And there were some changes, proposed regulations lumped together, the business of family child care with the business of assisted living. They were all houses that were being used for some kind of business. I spent a year of my life, along with thousands of people in Anchorage, trying to sort out the child care issues with the help of the municipal licensing and the planning department, several iterations, and eventually it got sorted out. For many years, there were 100 child care centers and about 200 licensed homes that are needed by parents that are working. And if there were restrictions in the zoning that made it difficult or impossible for people to stay in that business, that affected parents, children, people working in that early childhood, and so on. I am supporting the revised 2010 because I value the time that I spent working on those changes and the time that thousands of other people in this community have. And I believe that if you guys vote on this, there will be 50 amendments the next day. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, I testified previously on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Council, and the clerk informed me by phone that I could comment on my own behalf as well.
Who in the clerk's office did you talk to?
Whoever answered the phone.
Dennis, Mr. Wheeler, could you give me a ruling on that? Can an individual testify representing an organization and then testify as the individual?
Is it my understanding that she said that the clerk's office gave her an indication that she could do that?
That's correct. I called today.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could hold her testimony while we're researching that and have somebody else come up since we're limited on time?
Actually, it's the discretion of the chair. Since you did receive that information, I'm going to let you go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Pease. My professional background is in land use and urban planning. I'm going to spotlight 2 code revisions that have a bold visual impact, because by focusing on details, I hope to make the point of how important it is to understand the details before you vote. So landscaping. Anchorage landscaping is about to have a makeover that can be summed up in one word, and I'm going to let you try to guess what that word is. Buffer landscaping is supposed to serve the purpose of integrating, and that's a quote, new or renovated development, and to visually enhance, and partly through the use of vegetation. But the new code doesn't seem to favor vegetation or integration. Have you guessed the word? The new look is fences. First, by putting up a 6-foot-high fence, a developer can reduce the width of his perimeter buffering from 15 feet on average to 10 feet. So, of course, that's a huge cost incentive to put up a fence. Second, the rewritten code requires the developer to erect the fence outside of the vegetation on the boundary of the property. That means the neighborhood doesn't see the flowers or shrubs, just the fence. Third, the fence option takes away the developer's incentive to save native vegetation. Remember that with a fence, the developer can shrink his planting beds back to 10 feet wide? Well, the code requires that native vegetation must be preserved in minimum 15-foot wide swaths. So therefore, native trees will get the hydroax and be replaced by the manicured look of evenly spaced, smallish nursery specimens. There is a big visual difference between native and planted. Next time you drive down Tudor Road, past Home Depot, appreciate the short strip of svelte but lovely mid-sized birch trees preserved along the property line. A bit farther on, in front of Lowe's, you'll see the nondescript shrubby replacement trees. Now, imagine a fence in front of those shrubby trees. That is the future look of Anchorage. A fence with a tree tip peeking over every 10 feet. As for the number of new trees per lot in new residential subdivisions, the way that part of code was reduced was particularly troubling to me. I attended the meeting in which the assembly chair put a question to the planning chair, whose day job is residential subdivisions and high-end home sales. How many trees, you do residential development was the question, how many trees do you want to require? The number had been 3 trees. The answer was 1 tree, and that became the code. There was no cost-benefit consideration, no photo comparison, no horticultural consideration, just a single opinion. So how does the public have any assurance that a decision based on one person's advice served the public interest and not self-interest? And if that's how 3 trees were reduced to 1, then how can we have assurances on the rest of the landscaping standards? So to protect the public interest, in summation, I hope you'll let us go through the 800 pages at least through the end of February, and then have a public hearing in March after community councils have discussed this. And when this comes up before the Assembly, maybe you could consider the process used in 2006, which was to bring it up, the provisionally adopted plan, chapter by chapter, call for amendments wherever there's controversy, and allow the public to comment before voting on each. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Ted Pease, Tyler Loken, Stacy, Dean.
I'm Ted Pease, P-E-A-S-E, if there's any question. I don't pretend to have reviewed this whole proposal, but I have looked through it, and I've fixed on one to speak about tonight that is perhaps not the most important one, but I think it could be very significant. And that's, it appears on, the part I'm concerned with is on page 78 of the Assembly Committee draft of December 18th. And this deals with requesting rezoning of an existing zone. And I think this is something that ought to occur only rarely and under very limited conditions. Because when you're once you have a zone and the people are living there or working there, they need to have assurance that it's not going to be suddenly changed on them, but that it's not going to change unless there's a real reason to change it. And I call attention particularly to the provision that was in there, but it's blue lined now, so I guess that means it's out. And this is in establishing the requirements. This one that is taken out should go back in, and it reads, the applicant must in effect demonstrate to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission and the Assembly that the supply of land in the desired zoning district is insufficient or inadequate for the stated purpose, and that sufficient land of the type in the existing zone district remains in the area to meet the needs of the community. Now, what does that mean? It means if a person comes in and he has a piece of land in an R1 zone area and he wants to put up a multifamily dwelling there, in order to get a rezoning, he's got to persuade the Planning Commission and the Assembly that there simply is not enough multifamily zoned land so that he can build it. And I think that's a very important criteria, and I think I would ask that you put that back in. It should not be enough for a person to come in and say, well, I've got this land and I could make more money on it if I put it in multifamily, and so please change this and so zoning so that it allows multifamily. While around elsewhere, there are plenty of multifamily zoned areas where he could put up his building. So I urge you to put that provision back in. And now is that the end of my time?
Mr. Horniman?
Sir, you have a real short point to make in summation?
Well, I was going to speak to Assemblyman Trombley's concern about the cost of these various amenities and changes, but if I've run out of time, I guess I'll.
Okay.
Could I just
make a quick point?
Yeah, quick point. You know, I think what you say is, this man, he had a building and it would only make financial sense for him if he could build it under this changed code. And you said, well, if you don't let him build it, then where are the people going? What are the people going to rent? And if you make it more expensive, they can't afford it. Well, in time, these costs go up, and the rents will go up, and the market, there'll be enough market pressure, so this will change. And the housing will be built, the price will be paid. It's what happened with, for example, undergrounding electric cable. I've been here a few decades, and when I came here, there was no such thing, and then it finally became a requirement, and now it's put in every subdivision, and of course it increases the cost, but it's cheaper than trying to go back and do it after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
I would just make one more comment. I believe I've been informed.
I need this to be quick.
Yeah, there are maybe half a dozen people in the audience who have not signed up, and they've come here and they want to testify, and they've been told they can't testify. The list's been withdrawn, and I'd suggest you might consider letting them have a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Loken, Stacy Dean, Carolyn Bolar,
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Hall. My name is Caroline I-N-E, Bolar, B-O-L-A-R. You always learn more when you come here than you did when you got here, I would hope. I've heard some very interesting comments tonight. And one of the things, I want to just sum up some things that have been in my mind before and certainly after all of the discussion. The devil is always in the details. And so, former Chairman Osiander, I certainly appreciate the fact that you've been chasing the devil, as have a lot of other people. But we cannot skim over the statements that are made as if they came off the Ten Commandments. We can't skim over those like a water bug on a still pond. We have to go deeper. What are the test criteria? That came up in one person's testimony tonight. And in one case it was 96 hours, in another case it was 24 hours. What did Bloomberg measure? I love the magazine. I'm sure I didn't hear all of the gentleman's comments about a brewery, but, you know, whatever turns the crank of economics. These things can't be compared apples to oranges. We have to look below the surface and see what is really true. I worked in broadcast news many, many years ago, and for 63 of my 69 years, I've been a very nosy, curious person. So I want to know what is the truth. And a big thing for me are the economics. When I got to Fairbanks in 67, the rule was we don't give a hoot how they do it outside. Yet when we needed expertise, we always seemed to go outside to get it. The point of cost, pay now, pay more later. Grandfathering in existing structures. We grandfathered in or grandmothered in a whole bunch of signs, as I remember the arguments that went on with our neon city. What have the cities who are ahead of us in terms of the economic draw that they make? I like warm and fuzzy, but I'm talking about money. What are the zoning requirements? When I got here in 79, moved down from Fairbanks, oh my gosh, the derelict cars that you would see in this town. It has improved. It has increased in population. You cannot jam people together unless you accommodate for that increase in temperament, increase in everything. So it's very important that we look to see what have others done that have made them successful, so that we too can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Ms. Bowler, did you have a summation or anything? I know it looks like you had a list. Just a real quick summary.
Not so much. A couple of comments. Someone said Anchorage is beautiful. Some said Anchorage is not so beautiful. How something looks is based upon where you came from and how long you've been there. So for people that grew up here and people who came here years ago, one reason I wouldn't want to walk in this town and certainly not drive is people are texting now. You take your life in your hands with just riding around in your own car. So a lot of things are changing, and those changes have to be accommodated. We can't want to do it the way it used to be done. And again, I say look at the opportunity costs. By not acting now, we're going to be paying for it.
Thank you.
Stacy Dean, Deborah Williams, Neil Freed.
Ms. Dean had to leave.
Well, good evening. I don't know if it's good to be here or not, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to talk about a very, very narrow issue here, and that's B1A. And the reason why I'm so interested in that is because, well, there's a lot of different reasons, but the biggest reason is because I live right next to a B1A zone property, and we've been very good neighbors to each other for a very, very long time. There's a lot of B1A property in our neighborhood, and what I understand is at this point, or at this time, B1A can go, the height limits are now 25 feet. Planning and zoning proposed to go up to as high as 60 feet. I think that proposal was rejected, and now it's somewhere between 30 and 40 feet, and that worries me a little bit, especially if it's just 30 feet, it doesn't worry me very much, but I don't quite understand the whole thing. But I understand that you can incentivize up to 40 feet, which would mean basically potentially two more stories on B1A property. Right now, the three properties that are closest to my neighborhood, two of them are 1 story high, and the other one is 1 story high, and 2/3 of it is 1 story high, and 1/3 is 2 stories high. If that were to go up to 4 stories, that would dramatically change where I live and where a lot of people live surrounding two of those properties. So I'm just hoping that you consider that. I'm not exactly sure what is being proposed, but I think in most cases 40 feet and even 35 feet would be too high, at least in the B1A properties where I live.
30.
It is 30, and there are no options to go higher?
Page 283, Chapter 6.
So it is just 30.
Well, I'm going to have to look at, there's incentives, so.
Yeah, and I do worry about those incentives. If they can go higher, that would really sort of change the nature of that mixed use, which I think is great. I mean, it's a wonderful, I shouldn't say addition to our neighborhood, because it's been there for a very, very long time. But if it went up much higher than where it is today, it would change the equation completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Williams, Tim Potter, Rachel Colvard.
Sorry, vertically challenged. My name is Rachel Colvard. My last name is C-O-L, V as in Victor, A-R-D as in Delta. And I'm here because I got my Irish up. And somebody put a bug in my ear about this tonight. And I went online, and I understand that you all have been at this for a very long time. But the way that the documents are presented online, you're better than that, and it's not acceptable. It should be at least be in some kind of one document where I can just go through and refer to it easy as you do flipping a page. So I agree with anybody that's come up with that. I would like more time with this 800 pages to go through. There's some things that I've heard from people that I didn't think I was going to agree with that I do agree with, and then some things not. I'd like more time with that. I like the 25-foot setback from the waterways. I think that's reasonable given the development that we've already had. I just got back from a master's program. I'm looking to buy a house, and I'm being real picky about where I want to live. I've never lived anywhere the length of time that I've lived in Anchorage. I came here in '99, so I remember when that big tall building, that 188 Northern Lights wasn't there. I remember when that was Balto's, and I remember that it was a green field across the street that was really kind of cool. So I've seen Anchorage grow up a little bit, not as much as many of the other people, but I've seen a little bit. And I like it here. I don't want to live anywhere else. At the same token, I don't want to be told what to do with my property that I'm going to buy. If I buy a piece of land and it's got enough space that I can put a multi-family unit on that, I'd like to do that. And if I have to just ask for that to happen, I'd like to be able to present why I'd like that to happen. Or more than that, I'd like to just be able to do it because it's my land. I'd like to do that. I don't want to be told how many trees to have or how many shrubs. I don't want to default to having a fence. You know, it will be my land to do with as I choose. I don't want to be told that I can't have a snout house. If I want to be able to just back my truck into my garage and leave it warm all night, and that's the easiest way to do it because the garage is right there at the front, I'd like to be able to do that. So I guess I would definitely like more time to go through all of the work that you've done, and I do appreciate it. I really do. And I know, having worked in restaurants off and on for 25 years and working at an auto place, how angry people can get when you tell them certain things. I get it. As far as the sidewalks go, that's a whole nother ball of wax, because I think mostly what we've got here is a difficulty in getting them plowed. I traveled down, Fireweed Street last night. Plenty of large, wide sidewalks on both sides of the street for most of the way, not plowed at all, dodging people walking in the street because it's easier to walk there. And having rid the bus for years, I know how that is. You're going to go the path of least resistance. And I get that we have budgetary concerns, and you might want to wait until most of the snow has fallen to get to it. I get that. And I appreciate the efforts that the mayor's done in working with the money that we do have to get the services that we do have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Potter, Hugh Brown, Kyle Stevens.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Tim Potter. Now that I've said that, I'm going to hold up the existing Title 21. And, you know, Ruth built a stadium, and Zamorello, for the most part, built this document. And Lee Baker got a couple of chapters in there, too. So, with that said, it is a difficulty document. It's been basically unchanged in format since its inception. But tonight I wanted to say, wow, this has been a long journey. It's been over a decade. We should all be a little bit tired. The staff ought to be exhausted, and they don't get as much credit as they deserve. Debbie, you're a saint. I don't know how you've done it. Note to Anchorage. As I learn things, I try and put little notes in my head. And note to Anchorage, never do it this way again. Take the top 5 or 6 items or issues, deal with those, address them as you can, and you'll likely hit about 80% of the key issues. And what frustrates me the most, and is so important to learn from this history, is that we have lost a decade, over 10 years of having increased landscaping, reduced parking and pavement, better operations of connectivity, all kinds of things, because we've wasted a full 10 years dinking around when we should have taken the top 5 or 6 things, adjusted the code, and then gone on to do things. For God's sakes, we're 2 years over the halfway mandatory review period for the 2020 plan. How did we do this? Part of it's that we don't fund adequately to staff and get these things done, and we don't kick ourselves in the butt to make sure we hold ourselves accountable. One other observation. Economic feasibility and sustainability are very important factors associated with land use regulations, and I would say that the provisionally adopted chapters did not adequately take into account sustainability and the economic impacts and the feasibility associated with economics of those visionary improvements that were associated with it. And they're very effective, and I wish Neil Fried would have commented. Key items I want to go forward with are effective date. I would agree with Tyler Robinson that, in fact, the effective date for actual implementation of this should be December 1st, 2014, because there are a variety of projects, large and small, that have gone partway through the process, spent a lot of money, and they would be upset and turned upside down drastically. The other key thing about this is that I think there's going to be an awful lot learned, because you ought to have the option to either use what the Assembly approves in the interim, or use the existing code until December 1st, 2014. You will see a variety of people, as even a couple testified tonight, will look at both and figure out which one works for them the best. And in that process, we're going to be doing a lot of testing that will allow us to find a lot of the glitches that are in this code, because it's a very complicated document. The OOPS clause, I've talked about this for quite a while. It is somewhat effectively in the code, and I hope it stays there. And that's to accommodate the fast, effective way to correct code problems when unanticipated or unintentioned impacts become very apparent.
Mr. Training.
Tim, please continue. Shirley.
I'll try and wrap it up real quick, but I got a few more specifics. Alternative design solutions. One of the things that happens when you have very specific codes and regulations is that sometimes you can dim creativity. And I'll say that what we do have now in a number of the chapters and the regulations is that we've got an alternative means and methods approach, which allows you to go through a higher standard review process. And if you think you have the greatest mousetrap and you want to go through the expense of the time to show the community that it's the right way to do it, you get that opportunity now instead of being just told no. The shortage of industrial land in Anchorage and the need to create an industrial reserve in South Anchorage, in my opinion, is based upon a garbage-in analysis and study that was unsupported in rational arguments and or facts. That was somewhat proved out as the consultant that did the commercial land review and inventory study was asked to try and reconcile the differences between what came out of their study and what came out of the industrial study. And they said they could not repeat or come up with the same shortfall or shortage of industrially zoned land as part of their review. That the growth rates and compounded growth rates that were used by the consultant were unrealistic and inappropriate. So I think that needs to be taken into account, especially as we go into the land use plan map stage of this process, which will be your next fun event. Because when you start mapping people's property on a map and they can see what you're going to do to their property, that's when they get really excited. So this exercise has been really nothing. I support the proposed approaches for meeting the pressing housing needs that we have from an affordability and just the relative availability of housing. That would be the accessory dwelling units, mixed use, R4A zone, which I think is very important, and the small lot and cluster housing portions of the ordinance that have been put in. Lastly, community meetings. I contested the prospect of having separate and distinct developer organized and operated facilitated meetings. We as a city in 75, when we incorporated and unified, we created a charter that said we have community councils, and that's where the grassroots information comes up, and that's where you go down and find out what the grassroots is thinking. They're challenged enough. The Federation is funded to probably less than 50% of what they were funded for years and years. When they were very active, they were able to educate the community councils, members of the public, be able to send out notices, be that communication link, all those things. So without that funding, they become less effective. It's more difficult for the community councils to operate. And to take one more real reason they actually get together anymore and remove that to something else, I think just cuts the guts out of the community council process and system. And we need to fortify it. The Assembly, with the administration's help, should look at trying to put money back into the Federation and making it work and re-educate and get the community councils working again. I do, however, have an issue, and that's when they choose not to meet during the summers and they take the time off. That's their choice. They chose that. And their choice of not meeting should not mean that the project or an approval process can't start up until they're back. That's basically my pitch.
What about the argument from some people that we should just throw this out and start over again? You know how long this has been going on? You know, and I've been here that long. You really think we need to throw it out and start over again?
The whole thing?
Yes. I know.
Only if you would take the top 5 or 6 things and get those approved in the next 30 days. The discussion in the community has been good and it's been healthy. The last two hearings, including tonight, have been very healthy. I understand the points that all sides are making. The gentleman that got up and talked about having skin in the game at this meeting, not the last meeting, is absolutely correct. The 2020 plan, and hopefully Sheila's still here, is really a bold, visionary, directive statement for the community of where we want to go. Doesn't necessarily take into account how much it might cost to get there, but that's what the collective we come up with this plan, and we have this plan.
Mr. Potter?
Thank you, sir.
Now we try and implement it with Title 21, real quick.
I'm in a time crunch, a serious time crunch, so I'm going to need to cut you off.
Got it. So with that, now we have the collective we, and there's been talk about what the other cities do that have been successful in doing this. The collective we in those cities have
Mr.
either
Chairman?
taxed
Mr.
themselves.
Chairman. Sorry.
Yes.
I think you can always recall Mr. Potter, but you need to take care of business now.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. What we've got to do is we do not have the number of people that we would need for a vote to continue this meeting, so I've got to close the meeting at 11. How many? Yes.
Make a motion to continue the meeting to the 29th of January.
What we're going to do, Mr. Trainee, is handle this differently if you give me a moment.
The motion's still out there, but go ahead, sir.
Okay. What I want to do is, how many here are on the list that haven't had a chance to speak? Okay, are you on the list? Yes. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is continue the list until February the 12th. If there's people here that are not on the list, I will let you put your name on the list, but that's who we're going to limit testimony to on the 12th, or individuals that are on the list.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Chairman, I couldn't hear you. People were talking.
What I said was individuals that are here whose name is on the list that we didn't get to because we've got adjourn at 11, and individuals that came here to testify that did not get on the list. How many of you are here that are not on the list? I can't help anybody that left. All I can do is deal with individuals that are here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Trainee.
Call the question motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman. Let's get that one done first, sir.
Okay. And the motion on the floor is to
continue the public hearing to the 29th of January.
Mr. Trainee, my issue with the 29th of January is that agenda is just buried. The 12th.
You could have our meeting start at 3 o'clock. You could have our meeting at 2 o'clock if you want, sir. You could start your chairman. You can start any time you want.
I would prefer to carry it to the 12th.
That's fine.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. And Ms. Osiander?
Waiting to speak to the motion.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee, I need some clarity. The chair said that we could continue with the number of people who are still on the list, which looks like it's maybe 4 or 5. I'm happy to do that on the 29th. Is your motion to open it up to everybody on the 29th, or to do as the chair suggested?
Ma'am, there were here some people that were here earlier that left. I would like to allow them the opportunity to testify. So I would like to open it up to anybody that gets here by the next time we have a meeting, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we currently have a motion on the floor to continue the public hearing until the 29th.
No, we amended that to the 12th.
And an amendment to that motion to continue the public hearing until the 12th.
1 minute's not going to matter.
So you can vote on the amendment.
Could I have one more discussion on this?
Yes, you may, Ms. Osiander.
I would prefer to do it on the 29th for a limited period of time rather than to go to the 12th, in the interest of getting through this. if there are some things that we have to do on the 29th, could we do them first and then do this? Things like the Government Hill Plan, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that that's time sensitive.
Okay. Let's get a clear motion on, number one, when we're going to do it, and number one, who we're going to allow to testify.
So the clear motion, Mr. Chairman.
Continue this meeting to the 29th, sir.
Second.
And who you're going to allow to testify.
Anybody, sir. Just start the meeting an hour early and get it done with that. That'll clear up anybody that's out here that's not here tonight that wants to testify, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trini, I guess I have a bit of an issue with that because we've been very clear in that we were going to allow everyone that was at the meeting on the 15th. We followed with anyone that signed up on the 29th. And you're proposing to open it back up to anyone that wants to testify?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The motion basically didn't specify who would speak. So if we're voting on the motion, we're just voting on continuation of the hearing. The chair has the ability to set what you think the procedure should be, and we have the ability to overrule you. So at this point, the only motion on the floor
is to continue the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please vote.
Is anybody still online with us, Mr. Chairman?
Beg your pardon?
Anybody still online with us?
Mr. Flynn? Mr. Birch?
Mr. Starr?
Apparently we lost her.
We've got 6.
Okay. Is everyone here voted?
I don't have it on my thing.
Ms. Frasca, you're not online?
No, I'm not. That's not an option here. Can I just vote?
Just say.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that motion carries. I now need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
We have to close the meeting at 11 o'clock.
Eugene, the ruling was on the document. We had to close the meeting at 11. Sorry.
Mr. Hall, you have 2 seconds.
The list, turn their name in over here.